Yeah, nub the like, yo. What's up? How you guys doing? Happy Thursday. Hey, little housekeeping, fun. Tonight is Ortho Thugs, but not in the way that you know. So we're doing something fun and new called Heel Tony. Yeah, it is kind of what it sounds like, and I'm not giving you anything more. So go follow Ortho Thugs, and you'll show up at 5 p.m. Mountain Standard Time, 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, right before our show's over, and you guys are gonna. We got something fun for you tonight. So tomorrow is my debate with Planet Peterson. He did reach out. I actually had to reach out to friends about this because Planet Peterson asked the moderator if I would give my cross-examination questions to him in advance. That's like my daughter asking for all the questions to the test in advance. That's weird. I almost feel bad for him. So I didn't answer yet, but I'm not gonna. That's stupid. Why would I do that, dude? What kind of crap is that? Why would I do that? Did you have a show called Between Two Ferns? I usually don't get called Galifianakis. People call me Tyrion Lannister. That makes sense. But not really Between Two Ferns. You know what I mean? Yeah, why would I do that? What kind of, what the... Which is kind of like, no, I'm not going to, get too big for my britches or get too confident, but to me, that's an indication of, like, what's going to happen. I don't even know why he agreed to the debate. Do you know the topic? It's just evolution under fire. That's like literally if you asked me for my best possible, my favorite topic and the best possible position I could debate from is attacking a defense of evolution. I don't know why he's doing this to himself. Was sentenced to a year in federal prison, was released early yesterday. God bless you. After 4.5 months, happy to be back. Listen to your angelic voice. Thank you. I remember you, scumbag. I hope that was great. You thought maybe it was going to be a year. God bless you. Did you, was there any spiritual insight or practice that you would like to share with us in a comment? Thank you, Unhip Bone. Appreciate you. Flavius, deleted by Austin. Austin is just vicious. Vicious. A vicious man. Just sometimes horrible, this Austin fellow. Planet Peterson and Metaphysics Mike have the most identical voices and affectations. Well, to be fair to Metaphysics Mike, he doesn't have the... Well, he does have a somewhat of a lisp, doesn't he? Yeah, he does. I was thinking about that conversation. I don't know if you guys get anything out of it, honestly. I'm kind of worn out from I don't know. It's seasonal. The sort of blood sporty, back and forth and, oh yeah, blah, blah, blah. Dude, you're owned. It's it's so tiresome to me. But I did think about it. I was thinking about the topic, and the angle that Metaphysics Mike has, which is the Unitarian angle. So any of you Unitarians out there, this applies to you. When you reduce, this is why the angle of love, is love a creature or is love something that exists before creation? And if it does exist before creation, what is it? What's the category? Well, distinct from the Orthodox position, Mike held that it's some type of property that's in the folder of what? That means it's an aspect of the nature itself, but natures don't do anything. And if it wasn't nature, it wouldn't be choice. You couldn't choose to love freely, which means you can't choose to create freely out of love. So Mike's position, if he held God the Father, you know, that's his position, created, right? Even though it goes completely against John. Created all, including everything, the universe, the law, everything. Everything we see is created not through the second person from the Unitarian view, but from God. But is it created in an act, a free act of love? It can't be, based on this model. And that's why he was equivocating and didn't want to say that love was actually in the folder of a what. He didn't want to say that because maybe he does know the consequences, but getting them to understand the consequences is the task, really. It's not defeating the position. That's not hard. It's getting them to understand that it's defeated. That's the real debate, isn't it? Isn't that what it feels like when we actually debate? It's not getting the point across or sealing the deal or annihilating a position. The frustration isn't that. It's that they just kind of just don't care if it's defeated. They're just like, no. Yeah, all the Christians in there were obsessed with speaking in tongues, and I was in a constant fight against their autisms.
Jim Bob, I was bathing for the first time in 15 years in the Holy River when I noticed an alarming lack of trash. Send help, please.
You guys need some trash out there? Hey, no problem. The Indians, their philosophy, they don't have a cleanliness next to godliness thing going on. Do you have a link to call in? I mean, I have Discord, but it depends what it is. Most of the time, no offense, most of the time call-ins are just so infuriating and insufferable. But I mean, you could possibly sell me on a topic. I didn't have any topics today. I just wanted to hang out because we do have Ortho Thugs. For those of you just kind of rolling in late, Ortho Thugs tonight isn't going to be your typical duo Ortho Thugs. We have a curated show called Heel Tony tonight for you guys. Hilarious concept. And, you know, actually I should just tell you, if there's anyone who wants to participate, it's a show and the model is mimicking Kill Tony, but you're trying to make Tony feel better about his existence. And so his health, you know, that's the concept. And so you get a minute, you can call in. There's going to be links. There's going to be rules, obviously. It's a live stream, so you can't use pew-pews or nudity or anything else. And your job, it doesn't have to be stand-up. You don't have to try to mimic a stand-up comedian. You just do anything. You just try to make Tony feel better through laughter. And you get a minute to do it. And so if you guys are interested in that, don't troll. Don't violate TOS. Don't be a dick. We're trying to have a fun show. Okay? Tony! Anyway, someone sent me a link. Actually, first, I've been going at it. I'm just like, some days, some weeks, I'm just like, I quit Twitter. It's the worst thing ever for everybody. And I hold to that. And even while I go back on, I still hold to that. And I go, this is the worst thing ever for everybody, including myself. But it doesn't stop me. It doesn't stop me from going on and finding something stupid. So the Muslim cowboy, I thought this was like a really interesting little thing I never caught before. The Muslim cowboy says, this is exactly why I left Christianity. Such blatant blasphemy. I never caught this before. People say this. I'm like, wait a second. Leaving Christianity because you're calling out blatant blasphemy affirms Christianity, because to blaspheme something would mean that something is necessarily true. So what is this blasphemy you speak of from your Muslim perspective that you didn't have yet? It doesn't make any sense. Oh, I left Christianity. I wasn't Muslim or anything, but I left Christianity because of this blasphemy. Blasphemy against who? Well, I mean, against the God that I don't know. What? And then further, I don't get any pushback, of course, except from a guy named Zero Lessons. You guys know him in my chat. He says this. Christianity is a parasite, just like you, Jimbo, a little rat built and dressed like a lesbian from Portland. My online YouTube evangelism ministry is booming, though. I beg for money, and people donate to my mission. I make funny pictures, too. Huh. Well, the only part about that I was interested in is he said it's a parasite. Similar problem, right? Similar problem as the Muslim here. For something to be blasphemous, it requires the positive position, the thing you're blaspheming. For something to be a parasite, and this goes against general atheists, if you call Christianity a parasite, you have to point to the true body of something to say that it's feeding off of. What is Christianity feeding off of? Zero Lessons learned. That's what I would like to know. Seems like a fair question. What is Christianity feeding off of and not giving anything back? There's no reciprocation. I'm going to guess, Zero Lessons, that you had no intention of defending your stupid comments. That's what I'm going to go with. I think I'll go with that. For 600, Alex. I think that's the answer. Anyway, I saw this. Someone sent this. 10 terrifying theories about what exists outside the universe. Look, even the title is basically saying anything but God. 10 things that exist outside the universe. In other words, beyond space-time, outside of time, space, temporality, right? Terrifying things that exist outside of it. They're always getting so creative about this stuff. It's like the most creative endeavor is to deny God in a sense, in a perverse way though. It's not like good, virtuous creation. What would you even call that, you guys? Because like creativity would be a mirror, like not a mirror, but like a reflection, like some sort of not a one-to-one to creation itself, uppercase, but lowercase creation is reflective of God's creativity. Are people who deny God still using the same faculty? Yeah, I guess so. They're being creative to deny the basis for creativity, I guess. It's just weird watching it because they basically say everything but God. I mean, it's wild. Did you all see Myron versus Dinesh? Was that a organized one, or Dinesh apparently will debate everybody except Jay Dyer. That's a bit bizarre, Dinesh. Jay Dyer must be actually mean. Christianity is feeding off of its enemies, money. I'm not sure if that's a positive. I mean, digital content, that could actually be a positive. I actually don't know if you mean that as a positive or not. Feeding off of fear and giving church money. How did you determine people give to their church out of fear? Goldfish brain. Are we back? Are we in black and white? Yeah, been black and white for years. Lesbians wish for this beard? Seriously. People are just really mad, you know? They're like, they see a donation go to a channel. They see that happen and they just lose it. It's the weirdest thing to lose it about. There's so many other things to lose your junk over. Oh my gosh, did you see YouTube has this system of super chats where people who like the channel could support through memberships or super chats? I can't believe it. That's weird. In the same sentence, they're probably so pumped when they see a musician on the street with a jar. Hey, fear tax. Yeah, get your fear tax in. Thank you so much, Craig.
That is a big super
That is right. That is right. That is right. That is a big super chat. See that? 0 lessons? Did you see that? Zero lessons. You here for that? I just wanted to make sure you saw that. I need to make sure you're here for this. Could be positive. I think it could be positive that if you said that. All right. Wait until you see the Hindu belief that some scientists believe is possible, but no way Christianity is possible. You know what? Someone reached out and suggested I do a designated stream about Buddhism. And you know, Buddhism, it has a soft threat to it. You know what I mean? It's like it's there, and its views, if you get into it, its views are so platitudinal and contradictory, and it's just silly. So you're like, oh, you silly. Look at you. You're trying to float. Look at you trying to float. And you're just like, and you see Islam, and you're like, oh, yeah, okay, this is taking over. You don't get like the sense that Buddhism is taking over like a Dearborn, Michigan. So it's like it's on the shelf, but I think it's naive to say it's not a threat. It is a threat in the way that it's a threat. It's just not a threat in the same way Islam is a threat or general atheism. It has a different thing to it. And I never really focused on it because of that reason. But now someone suggested it, and I'm like, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely, I'm going to do a Buddhism stream. And the thumbnail game for that stream is just going to be, you guys are going to donate before the stream starts because of the thumbnail. I'm donating out of fear. This feels strong-armed. There we go. There we go. Congrats again, scumbag, for getting free. Have you thought that the, quote, possible world without a creator is incoherent because at minimum you are the creator of the imagined world, therefore the creator is necessary? Yes. There is a really stupid comment code by Sean Carroll. He said, in order to refute that the universe needs a creator is to merely create a universe without one. Blink. No joke. I'm not even being hyperbolic here. Here, let me see if I can find it for you. I mean, these people give me the gold. I don't need to write. I kind of miss satire. I kind of miss making up the insanity. I miss parody. I miss all of this stuff, but it's not unnecessary because reality gives it to us. Sean Carroll. See if I can find this. This guy's such a bozo, man. He's such a bozo. Creator, where is it? Where is it? Was it there here? I think it might be here. How to, yeah. Listen to this.
Suarez, you should review No Fugazis. Can we ground morality without God? Debate. Seems like something you'd be interested in.
Yeah, I might take a look at that. All right, take a look at this code. This is, this guy says this with a pen in his hand. He's standing at a college, pacing around with a pen in his hand. You know, he probably had a scarf on, too. He probably just took his scarf off before this. And now listen to this. This section is how to refute God as a necessary being. Listen to the sued. This guy should write a paper.
But let me take it seriously for just a little bit and sort of give you my feelings as a scientist about this. How would we refute the claim that God is a necessary being, for example? And I should also admit that I'm happily conflating all sorts of ultimately different kinds of...
How does he have a neck but doesn't have a neck? Like, I've seen people without a neck. And I've seen people with necks where you're like, nice neck, dude. Calm down. Neck maxing. How do you have a neck but not have a neck?
A priori metaphysical arguments.
I'm blown away.
First cause, prime mover, necessary being. These are all subtly different in ways that I'm going to completely ignore, so sorry about that.
True, Chaw. True.
They have a similar flavor, and I'm going to treat them similarly. So if you did believe that God was a necessary being, that you literally could not imagine a universe in which God did not play an important role, in order, logically, for me to refute that belief, all I need to do is to invent a universe in which God does not exist. You know, if you
Yeah, he said it. He said it. You know what, Sean Carroll? I can't believe you just so confidently, just with the thumb up and everything. The students are like, "Yo, I never heard. It makes total sense." That's true, Flavius. That's true. They don't. Atheists have no duty to take care of their body. All right, hey, Sean Carroll, this requires. I was gonna say, playback speed, maybe 60. Nope. No, you deserve a 45 for this one. Big smarty pants.
They have a similar flavor. I'm going to roll. In order, logically, for me to refute that belief, all I need to do is to invent a universe in which God does not exist.
Look how proud he is. Listen, Buscemi. Invent in your head a universe where God doesn't exist. You didn't actually create a universe. You have an idea in your head. So no. Now he said logically. So he didn't say actually. So he's saying logically, but no, still you have a problem because you're begging the question. You already have a universe. So you have to justify a universe, the way it operates, what it includes, the invisible, the visible, the relationships, the mereology, the behaviors, math, meaning, universals, particulars, knowledge, truth, mind, interaction, and knowledge. Did I say knowledge already? Okay. You can't just invent a universe without God. That's just question begging. So basically he's like, in order to refute a necessary being, I can just question beg, folks. Okay. Great work, bucko. Here's some ransom money. Thank you. Thank you, Austin. Appreciate you. Logically, he's a crayon eater. And it's like, nobody, it's like, let me guess. You go to the comments, right? Let me guess. Oh my gosh, it's blue. Oh, look who's at the top of the comments. Me?
You know, if you say that all swans are white as a logical fact, all I need to do is show you one black swan to show that your logical argument can't.
Yeah, and we have access to swans, which are created. The reason you can do the black swan is because you have access to swans. You don't have access to universes, plural. What a whack job.
Can't be right. So all.
Look at these poor kids. Don't send your kids to college. This is a mess. Look at these poor kids. They paid money. They're in this class. Oh, did you take Soren Clara's class? He has a YouTube channel.
All we need to do is invent a universe that God does not play a role in, and that would improve your imagination enough so that you could imagine universes where God was not important.
This is what they have to do. They become transparent in their language. He shifted from necessary to important. You see that? Oh, in order to refute that God is necessary for the universe, you just invent in your head, conceptualize visualize, oh, God doesn't exist, God doesn't exist. Like it's like this like psychological practice. Like God doesn't exist, God doesn't exist. And then he shifts it over to the truth of the matter, which is, well, then you have to just think about a reality where God isn't important. That's funny. You're in maybe a little bit of a performative contradiction because, Sean Carroll, you're always talking about God. Atheists, oh, God is not important. Why do you have 19 channels up about God? Why is your weekend talk about God? Why are all your videos about God? Even when you leave your faith, your entire identity becomes not God, God. You have the God of not God. Most charitable thing he did is invent deism. These people are just so foolish.
I claim that it is not hard to invent universes, possible universes, hypothetical universes, not necessarily our own, but universes that are self-contained, consistent, coherent, and in which God plays no special.
Nope. See how he granted all the things? This is why tag is so important. Especially to that guy who's always showing up in my chat saying that the laws of logic and logic itself is completely justified just by thinking. No. He just granted himself coherency, intelligibility, the way the world operates. Relatedness between particulars, regularity in nature, laws of physics, thermodynamics, mathematics, geometry, meaning. He's like, oh, you just have all this stuff that works and operates perfectly. There's a unity of multiplicity between concept, mind, and material that we just have. So arbitrary.
One could say that Buddhism has been the prevailing sickness of the West for decades now, with its transcendental meditation and nihilism. Anyway, put on your yoga pants. We're going to hot yoga. Boys.
Oh, I'm hot yoga. I used to do that. I used to do yoga. I'm pumped. I'm pumped for it. Now, I always like kind of just like the same way Americans are bad at geography. We're really confused about countries, similar countries. I do that with Buddhism and Hinduism. So this is going to force me to get really rigorous with Buddhism, to do a Buddhism stream. I already see the thumbnail now. It's me as the Buddha, fat, shiny, hairy, plump, short, floating, smiling. This is the best explanation of how a Hindu mantra works in practice, even though he's talking about atheism. Yeah. Well, he probably practices it. A lot of these people, they're like anti-Christian. They get really specific in the end with which God they're rejecting. Then they're like, yeah, but, you know, Sam Harris is all, Christianity seems like a very unlikely worldview. I find it hard to believe that God would create a world that requires me to eat. And then it'll be like, I'm going on a Buddhist retreat. What? The mind is just a set of determined neurological interactions. By the way, download my mindful meditation app. You little rat. God bless you, Jim Bob. Happy to see your Friday stream and looking forward to Ortho Thugs. It's going to be great, you guys. Make sure to go follow Ortho Thugs. Tonight is a special show and not your ordinary Ortho Thugs show. Tony and I have come to the conclusion that the Ortho Thugs, we are a duo that makes stuff. We make different things, and one of those different things is a show. So, it's fun. It's going to be fun. All right.
Let's go. Number 10, the infinite bubble bath. In 1980, physicist Alan Guth proposed a theory that solved several major problems in cosmology at once. His idea, called cosmic inflation, suggested that in the first fraction of a second after the Big Bang, the universe expanded faster than the speed of light, doubling in size repeatedly until it became the cosmos we observe today.
It's just anything but God, right? That's the closest thing to miraculous, counter to anything we've ever observed about physics, is that nothing turns into everything, but everything doesn't take up any space, but expands into space that didn't exist. It's like, I mean, do I have to draw it? I mean, he has a pretty good drawing here. The second before the Big Bang, which is the expansion, everything that we see was nothing or consolidated into apparently nothing, including the space. But it had expanded into the space that doesn't exist. Time, space, this is why the only escape for the continuum, infinite regress of time, space, matter, has to be not just a being, but a being outside of space and time. And just because you can't conceive of an existence, right? It's beyond you to think about an existence outside of your temporal existence. Just because you can't conceive of it, it doesn't reduce it to logically incoherent. And so this is what they do. The infinite bubble bath, right? Guys, anything but God. Anything but an intentional creator, not bound by space-time, generating the world and everything we know in it, including time, space, matter. No. We don't want that. We want a particle that to do it. That's what we want. The enlightened nihilists, they are nihilists. There's a bunch of things about that where it's like they basically say, well, joy leads to suffering. So, mitigate your joy. And it's like similar. It's like a perversion of pride leads to the fall. Like lower yourself. This is a Christian perspective, is lower yourself. Humility. Not because it leads to another experience you don't like, though. That's not why. It's not about not liking the experience that would be produced by pride. It's not why. But from a Buddhist view, it's all about avoiding what you like and don't like and suffering and stuff. And it's like, if someone said, oh, joy leads to suffering, therefore try to neutralize it all. And I'm like, you know what else leads to suffering, Buddhists? Breathing. Existing. Existing leads to suffering. I wouldn't be surprised that a lot of people perhaps that hold the anti-natalist, anti-human, do away with humanity view maybe studied Buddhism first. If you ever grant that he's inventing these universes without God, that makes him the inventor creator. Yep, it's a contradiction. He's the God, right? He's the God.
The theory has since been refined by physicists like André Linde, who took Guth's work to its logical conclusion and arrived at something deeply unsettling. Linde's eternal inflation model suggests that the process which created our universe never actually stopped. In regions outside our observable cosmos, space is still inflating, still doubling, still spawning new universes at an incomprehensible rate. Each new bubble that forms becomes its own self-contained reality with its own physical laws.
Anything but God. And this looks like the first page of a children's book, guys. Atheists are children, and they really are, and it's not even a condescending thing. We're all children, but like the spiritual development, they're like poopy diaper toddlers. If there was a diaper, a spiritual diaper, the atheists, these people, these materialists, they never changed their poopy diaper. Like, no. They're like, I don't want to go to real school. I want to stay in my poopy diaper. Just imagine them stacking blocks. And another universe, and another universe. You're like, hey, you want to go to liturgy? They're like, no. Not to mention, this would have to include, one of these universes has to include their concept of God, at least. Maybe not ours, because the universes themselves would have to be creatures, right? They'd have to be creations. So you wouldn't contain God in a universe, but from their view, internally, you could definitely be like, well, how many of those logically could have a God then? They have to bite the bullet. But then they'd say, well, it also follows that the God of these universes is Joseph Smith or Tom Jump. It's so stupid. You never made the Napoli's Kitchen Ortho Thug. Oh, we'll get on some. We have a lot of plans. We've released ourselves from the expectation of previous formats. We were stuck there and we weren't inspired. We were like, oh, we have a show. We have to do this thing on Friday and it's Ortho Thugs and we have to work on. No, we just like scrapped it all. And it's better for everyone. You'll see.
Its own constants, its own version of time. Our universe is just one bubble among an infinite foam of others, separated by walls of inflating space we can never cross.
Unbelievable. Who is that? Stephen Hawking? Drooling vegetable? I'm in a perpetual cosmic bubble bath. The universe is 1,400 billion. Okay, buddy. Roll away.
What makes this theory particularly disturbing is what infinity actually means. In an infinite multiverse, every possible configuration of matter must exist somewhere. There are universes where you made every other choice you could have made. Universes where humanity never evolved. Universes where the laws of physics are so alien that nothing we recognize as matter can exist at all. Every nightmare, every paradise, every variation of reality plays out endlessly in bubbles drifting through an inflating void. The truly horrifying aspect is that these other bubbles are completely unreachable. The space between...
Okay, it's dinner time. Put the crayons down, okay? I really like your story, though. It's so cute. Like, I physically feel like I'm telling my kid that it's dinner time to please put down the markers. I don't want to diminish your creativity and your excitement for your new story that you're coloring. You're getting really good at art. I love how creative you are and inventive you are. It's time to eat. Put the markers down. Please. I'd argue atheists are far more spiritual because they understand God as a joke for a reason for life. Spiritual, what is that? You guys shouldn't even believe in spirituality based on your epistemology. Goldfish brain. Oh, man, I get the worst. I get the lowest of the lowest. I get the dumbest of the dumbest. Thank you, God, for making my enemies such helmet wearers. As an agnostic atheist, this is utter BS. Well, we're just getting started, Cam Pam. We're only at number 10. Reasons why I watch Jim Bob 57. Right when I tune in, he's talking about people being poopy in poopy diapers. Yeah, spiritual poopy diapers. It's a real thing.
Between them expands faster than light, meaning no signal, no probe, no information of any kind can ever cross from one to another. We are sealed inside our bubble forever, surrounded by infinite worlds we can never see or contact. And somewhere out there, infinite versions of you are...
You know the problem with this? The same problem with simulation theory? Once there's another universe, the other universe has to exist as a particular now. And this is what happens with these people. They look at the universe. This happens in all these debates, right? Reality is reality, Tom Jump might say. And then someone goes, well, what are you talking about? Is that an abstract of all particulars, or is that a particular itself? They never answer this question, but it pins them to nominalism. And the only alternative is that reality itself, right, is this abstract. It's metaphysical. And if there is one thing called the universe, let's say this little guy floating, if there's another thing called the universe, now universes are particular things, not the aggregate of all things, particular things. And if they're particular things would exist inside the universe, this new thing, right? So every time you expand another universe, what you call a universe, you're actually just creating particulars and necessitating a larger scale of reality that those things now exist in. So in other words, a new universe is not a new universe. It's just another part of this existing one. And they never think this stuff through. They actually affirm a type of ontology that is outside of space-time, but they reject that God could exist there. Other universes could exist outside of your conception of space-time, but not God. Once upon a time, primordial Neil deGrasse Tyson shot to the universe bubble gum. Yeah. We're all bubbles. It's like a giant kids' party. Ooh. We're all made of star. We're star farts. Ooh. Cosmic toots. Goldfish brain, he says, don't be like the Pharisees and harden your heart, bro. You're coming here for a reason. At least listen to the calling and look into it before being so angry and deflective. Christ loves you more than you know. Yeah, they are here for a reason. They all come back.
Are living lives you'll never know about, making choices you'll never see, dying deaths you'll never witness. The mathematics are absolute. If eternal inflation is correct, you are not unique. You are one of infinite copies, separated from yourself by walls of expanding nothing. Number 9, the Mother Universe. In 2010, theoretical physicist Lee Smolin proposed something that turned cosmology into biology. His theory of cosmological
You've made me so much money today. No. No, you didn't. No, you didn't.
Natural selection suggests that universes reproduce. Inside every black hole, the
universes reproduce. Mommy. Oh, mommy. Universes reproduce. Does that mean you could abort a universe? Doesn't know how gravity works? Would you like to call in and tell us how gravity works? I can't wait, Leon. Look, I don't have any plans today. If you guys want to teach my audience about gravity, it's hilarious. Tell me, how does gravity work? Here, let's start with the basics, Leon. Can we start with some basics? Here's a basic question. Is gravity an effect or a cause? When I got into work this morning and went to the restroom to wash my hands, I heard a guy developing a similar theory in the first stall. Oh, man. Oh, man, this is so funny. Yeah, now I'm really interested in Leon because he's all if you think I wreck evolution people, you should see me interact with gravity people. I could teach you as a dummy. Yeah, but I ask you a basic question. Is gravity an effect or a cause? Notice how Leon here, already running. Hey, Leon, is gravity an effect or a cause? Which is it?
Singularity at the center might not be an endpoint, but a beginning. A new Big Bang, spawning a new universe with slightly different physical constants than the parent. Universes...
See? What did I tell you guys? I told you recently, covering evolution, that they're trying to create a cosmological evolution type of thing, where there's parents and there's successive, it's not genetic, but it's this idea that things keep reproducing. This is it. This is the beginning of it. This is how they think.
That produce more black holes produce more offspring. Over countless generations, the multiverse evolves toward configurations that maximize black holes.
A primordial... Look, dude! They have a proto-universe, of course. So everything they assume, let's just grant them that universes can replicate the way... parallel to biological replication, which is they are obsessed with. They do the same exact... they have the same problem every time. They grant themselves the first one that can't operate the same as the others. So even if you granted a multiplicity of universes that have parents, ancestry, they never apply the necessity of the parent to the first one. So they have their first Adam. This is the Adam universe. This is the first universe, a.k.a. creature. They're doing the same theology. Like, there is no adequate, none of them are adequate, but there's no other worldview you can communicate that tries to counter Christianity that doesn't ultimately borrow it and invert it. Same thing here. They need their first proto-universe, just like they need their first proto-species. They need their first proto-everything. And yet, all of the the scientific analysis, that they hold to, the very basis of their entire paradigm is that species come from species, except for the one. Species come from species, except for one. Special pleading, except for one. One special one. The first one. Is gravity a cause or an effect? What could that question even mean? Okay, let me tell you. Thanks for asking for a clarifying question. When I drop a ball and the ball drops, that's an effect, right? Can we get that far with you, Leon? When you drop a ball, it falls. Falling is an effect, right? Yeah? Okay. So the question is, that's an effect. Gravity's causing that, or are you calling that effect gravity? Which is it? What are you calling it?
Coal production. Our universe contains an estimated 100 million supermassive black holes and possibly trillions of stellar mass black holes.
Observations do not rely on necessary causes in the sense of cause and effect. They may have reference. I don't know if you're responding to what I'm saying there, Cam Bam. In this case, I'm saying to say a thing exists, in this case, species for evolution. Our observation is that something came before it. Something came before that, another species, right? So this proto thing is just special pleading from a naturalist perspective. It's actually not special pleading from a theological view. From a Christian view, it's not special pleading because it's a different category. But for you guys, the way in which we look at the world, species come from other species. Now you apply that to planets in this mother universe, right? Oh, planets come from other planets. There's a parent planet. Well, except for the one. There's always a special one. And they special plead with evaluations too. In my physicalist argument.
Bob, I was in a slurry of primordial curry. When a star shut on me,
Slurry.
I'll show that star who the master of the streets are.
Thank you. Cool story, bro. How do you explain primordial universe genesis? Right. Gravity is the attraction between mass. Okay, so you're going to go with the Cavendish observation, the Newtonian view, which is 110 years out of date. Is that what you're not going to go with the bending of space-time, Leon? Are you up to date with your own dogma, or no? You're left out of the loop. They didn't give you the letter. They didn't send the letter with Einstein's tongue out. Dude, you're so out of your league right now. It's embarrassing. It is a force. Okay, it's a force too. So I guess you could call it an effect. You see what I'm saying? This is exactly what I'm talking about. You guys are scientifically illiterate. I guess it's a force. That's the cause, right? But I guess you can call it an effect. No. The force is the thing that you're assuming is the cause of the effect. The force can't be the effect itself, you dum-dum.
What would you say if I told you I was
Each
mentally
one,
retarded?
according to Smolin's theory, is a womb.
I'm the best bully on the internet. You get a category, you get an error. You can try to do Raziel. You could do Bob chats. You could do Bob chats. That works. It's chats are working for other people though. Thank you so much. Wait, did we miss a big super chat, Meg Bob? Or was it a Bob chat? I think I missed it. It was cut off.
Holy cow!
Sorry about that.
That is a big super chat!
I keep shortening it. Sorry about that. Snagglebeast says, you shortened the super chat again. You don't need to fully read mine, but just a reminder. It's such a bad habit. You know what? I skim it and I understand it. And I think, well, I don't need to actually say the whole thing because I already read it and understand it. It's a bad habit. Bad. Nasty little gibbon.
Each one is creating a new cosmos with its own laws, its own timeline, its own potential for life.
This is what it always leads to, right? I know how gravity works. Jim Bob, you explain how gravity works. Look, what I know through observation is that things fall unless they're gaseous and they rise, right? but things with mass fall. That seems to be a lawful, regular thing, locally at least, that I experience. The cause, I don't have a cause. It's you people who are arguing that you have access to the cause of it. I don't need the access. That's like asking, what's the cause of the phenomenon of hot to cold? What's the cause of that? Or the relationship between high pressure and low pressure? We don't know the cause. That's what makes it a law. That's what makes it a regular, descriptive, law-like thing in reality. Cause only applies to something that you have access to introducing and removing. But you don't know this because the modern science that you're taught in school doesn't teach you proper science. It teaches you that simulations and models can substitute experiments. So the difference here, Leon, is that if I categorize the phenomenon of things falling as a law-like behavior, it's now outside of the bounds of a scientific theory because you don't have access to a cause, dude. You can't manipulate it. You just have to accept that things operate a certain way. By the way, the foundation of science, so that you can have theories to begin with, which are proper results of the scientific method. The only reason you have that is why? Because you do have law-like regular patterns that you don't have the access to the cause of. You actually have to assume law-like patterns in the universe to even do local experimentation. You've been ripped off by public education.
Jimmy Boo Boo is smarter than the average bully.
I'm the best bully.
Exist inside a reproductive organ of something vastly larger than ourselves, and we are participating in its breeding cycle without knowing it. What makes this theory particularly unsettling is what...
We don't know the cause between high and low pressure movement. Are you being serious? How do you introduce something? What are you talking about? How do you introduce? What are you talking about? We can contain pressure. We can increase pressure with a container. We can say a container does that, but the natural state of affairs, that's just the behavior. Like gaseous behavior, that's just the behavior. You can't introduce the cause and remove it, dude. It'll always operate that way. What are you talking about? You don't have anything to say. You just say, are you serious right now? That's not a counter, dude. That's not a counter.
What it implies about purpose.
Watching you, yeah, but you have nothing. You can't refute anything I've said, though. All it is like, I can't believe that. I can't believe what Dad is saying. He's embarrassing me. None of your statements actually refute anything I'm saying. You just go, watching you try stuff is cute. You're like a little girl. Seriously.
If universes evolve like organisms, then ours was selected for one trait above all others: black hole production, the fine-tuning of our physical constants, the precise values that allowed stars and galaxies and eventually life to exist, might not be for our benefit. We might be a byproduct, an accidental side effect of a universe optimized
science laws. Yeah, I know science laws.
More universes.
They say they don't even know the scientific method. All of these science people, they are, I'm not like those creation tards. I'm a real scientist. They don't even know the method.
Higher existence, every star, every planet, every conscious thought, could be irrelevant to the actual function of the cosmos we inhabit. Somewhere outside our universe, there is a parent. Somewhere, our own black holes are spawning children. We are a single generation in an evolutionary lineage of cosmoses, stretching...
You don't make arguments? All you got is crappy jokes? I just told you my argument is that gravity, you claim gravity is mass attracts mass. Did you scientifically establish that? Let me guess. You introduced mass? You see the problem with that? Watch, I'll take you to through the scientific method to completely obliterate this, okay, Leon? If you can focus anyway. Let's take this slowly, okay? Leon, when you say mass attracts mass and that's what's gravity, would you say the observation is mass attracts mass? We're going to take this through the scientific method. Observation, mass attracts mass. Would you agree with that observation? In other words, when you drop something, from your view, you're observing some attraction. That's what you think you're observing, is attraction between objects. So you're calling that observation mass attracts mass, right? This is my favorite. This gets me pumped. Do we agree, Leon? Is that the first observation, scientifically speaking?
Reaching back billions of generations and forward into incomprehensible...
When I'm attracted to your mom. Yes, a force occurs spontaneously between... No. I didn't ask about the force. The force is the thing you're trying to demonstrate. Just the observation. You don't actually observe the force. You're actually assuming that there's some force that you have to isolate to then demonstrate. You see how broken-minded they are? He skips to the cause as the observation. Oh, do we watch A object fall to B object? That's just an observation. Right? You don't observe the force. Yes, a force occurs. No. That's the thing you're trying to prove. That's not the observation, dum-dum. See, you can't even get them past an observation. These people who are arguing that you Christians are so dumb, you don't understand science, they don't even know what a proper observation is.
Deep time. The mother universe that birthed ours had its own mother, and so on.
What you're observing, you think you're observing mass attracts mass. That's the observation. And then when I ask you what the hypothesis is, what do you think's causing that? You just say the same sentence. Well, the observation is mass attracts mass, and the hypothesis is that mass attracts mass. Oh, really? Would you win the science award? Would you go to Special Olympics science fair? Cool. What's the conclusion? Oh, mass attracts mass.
Backward into a genealogy we cannot trace. We are not the beginning of anything. We are a middle chapter in a story written in the language of singularities. Number 8, the brain collision. In 1999...
There are only causes, no effects. That's incoherent. You couldn't talk about a cause without an effect. So what's a cause if there's no effect? What are you saying? Telos has no ontology. You're just a nonsense machine. I mean, I really get the dumbest of the dumbest. I mean, God, thank you, God.
1999, physicists Lisa Randall and Raman
Maybe the
Sundram
gravity be
published a
with you.
paper proposing that our entire universe might exist on a four-dimensional membrane floating in a higher dimensional space called the bulk. This
The bulk.
idea, drawn from string theory and
You mean string theory? You mean a picture of all the pictures my kid drew this week?
developed further by physicist Paul Steinhardt, suggests that what we call the universe is actually a thin sheet of reality, like a single page in a book of infinite pages. Other brains exist parallel to ours, separated...
All causes are causes. You just restating the claim. I'm asking what a cause. What's a cause? If something's called a cause, it's referring to what's the effect. What are you determining is a cause? These people, man. Oh my gosh.
by a higher dimension.
You think they're rage baiting. You really think that they have a mind to go, you know what, I'm a really good troll. But no, this is the reality. That this is America.
We cannot perceive or access.
Brain
Some might
damage.
be inches away in the bulk, but completely invisible to us because our consciousness is locked into the three spatial dimensions of our own membrane. We can no more see them than a drawing on a piece of paper can see another drawing on the page beside it. What makes this theory particularly terrifying is the cyclic universe model that emerged from it. Steinhardt and his colleague Neil Turok proposed that the Big Bang was not the beginning.
Effects are post hoc descriptions. That doesn't get you out of the thing, right? That doesn't get you out of your claim. Now you're just shifting. Causes would be post hoc description too. So where does that get us there, smarty pants? Nowhere. Just all descriptions are post hoc. How about that? Tell me a description that doesn't occur after the observation, after the fact. We got a real smarty pants today, Cam Bam. It doesn't pay off to be an atheist, honestly. You just get more and more lost. You get less and less coherent on as time goes on. Anything but God.
Beginning of everything, but the result of two brains colliding in the bulb.
There are no results, only experiments, right? Right. There was no cause of death. Imagine that dude being a toxicologist or whatever, or coroner or whatever. Cam Bam plays the coroner. Yeah, well, so what caused it? There's no effect. I don't actually see an effect here. What? We need to know the cause. Well, there is a cause.
It's
cause
so
to
funny
what?
to me that
I don't know.
science came from our Christian ancestors trying to better understand God's creation, and now atheists try to use it to exclude God and fail. That's why I am fascinated with cow dung, because it's God's gift to us.
Yeah, I'm starting to see that cow dung has more value than some of our opposition's thoughts. Wouldn't the multiple universe theory imply that they are contingent and on invariant point of the universe? Yeah, there has to be a proto-universe, Giovanni. There has to be some justification and some grounding for all other universes. And so the proto-universe is the God, is the first and the last, the beginning and the end. It's like it's trying to argue from a materialist, physicalist, naturalist view while inserting something that is necessarily outside of the bounds of it. Now, we do that too with the creator, but they do it with what? A previous thing that exists materially in physical space. It's
Every few trillion years, brains drift toward each other.
Jim Bob, why do you think 100% of physicists and 99% of college graduates thinking you're dumb as a bag of bricks? Yeah, that's not you don't have much. You already got wrecked.
They're through the higher dimension.
You're demonstrating you're incapable of communicating within the context we're talking about the subject.
Accelerating until they smash together in an explosion that resets the universe completely. Every star, every galaxy, every memory of every conscious being is annihilated and replaced.
Cam Bam says causes are exploited, harnessed to consequential ends, not necessary ontological ends. Well, the question of ontology and telos, you have to include intention. So, you're a person, right, Cam Bam? Or are you now going to use your own philosophy on yourself and refute everything you're saying? Because everything you're saying would necessarily be a cause of a cause of a cause of a cause of a cause, right? Are you willing to say that right now and, bow out of the conversation if what you're saying applies to what you're saying? Hello? Is there any direction toward truth that you're arguing, or does that not exist? Or are you just at the effect, I shouldn't say effect. Are you just at a cause of a cause of a cause? It's just nonsense, dude. Go to church. Go to liturgy. Stop this.
Faced with a fresh expansion. The collision has happened before. According to this model, it has happened countless times. Every previous universe.
You just ignore the good chat. Would you like to call in? Go over to Discord. We would love to listen to you rant.
Ended in fire when the brains met, and every new universe began in the aftermath. Somewhere in the bulk.
He says, yes, okay, yeah. So everything you just said, there's no directionality toward truth. You can't know if you're coming to truth. All of your statements are just causes of causes. You're out of the game, dude. It's over. Cam Bam. Why would we listen to a set of causes of causes of causes with no direction toward rationality or truth or coherency? There's no such thing as that. You can't go toward truth by talking, by your own admission. I can't make a mistake if there's no directionality. You don't understand the shit you're in. I can't make a mistake. Those don't exist. That would be an effect. How could there be an effect called a mistake? You're not thinking. You don't think good. You're not a good thinker.
What would you say if I told you I was mentally retarded?
I don't have arguments. I do have arguments. I'll tell you what my argument is. Gravity, as you posited it, doesn't make its way through the scientific method. That's my argument, and I can defend it.
Bulk right now are...
Here's the argument. In order for something to be a scientific theory, it has to make its way through the scientific method. Gravity doesn't make its way through the scientific method, therefore it's not a scientific theory. See? That's an actual argument. Which of the premises do you deny?
Raziel 00300. To the atheist, descriptive truths about the universe will not help you in times of darkness or sorrow. Orthodoxy will not require you to give up reason. Please just come and see. Christ can fulfill your hunger for truth in a way you can't understand without experiencing. I'm a lawyer and I promise converting only enhanced my understanding on the material world. Will proud for you.
Absolutely. We're proud for you too. Being is not a final end. We are not talking about being, man. You're all over the place, Cam Bam. You need some hug? Do you need attention today? Right? Did daddy not call you back today? It's always the same. I need attention. And then we address your crappy philosophy and then you move on.
I honestly don't understand how any atheist can justify any of this is true. All matter is caused by electromagnetism, the process of the atomic number. Thus the brain is purely determined electromagnetism. It can't be for survival, pragmatic or truth-directed. Chase Crosp.
Yes, Chase. That's right. But you don't have access to truth or knowledge from that view either. Because events themselves, can't be, they're not truth apt. They're just events. They just occur. Blade of grass, growing event. Tornado event. Objects and events, they're not truth apt. There's nothing about them in them. There's nothing about them in them. And so, Cam Bam here, he's running into the same problem as the physicalist, which is if what he's saying has no directionality or truth to it, if it's just a set of causes causing, then he can't say someone made a mistake or we're on the wrong path metaphysically. You can't say any of it, right? It's so self-refuting, but they don't care. And I care. And it's annoying that I care, honestly. Sometimes I hate that. Sometimes I hate that I care. You ever get that feeling? You're just like, why do I care and they don't? It's not fair. It's not fair that I care and they don't care. Not cool. And you just keep giving the charity. You keep giving. You keep spending energy. You keep sacrificing your time. You keep addressing their stupid comments. You keep looking at them. Oh, look, he said something. He said something. We should address it, right, guys? No. We should put him on a train. Do you guys really deny gravity? Wow, really great scientific talking point. What makes the moon go around the Earth? I don't know, because you don't have access to the cause. Do you know the moon going around the Earth is an effect that you watch? Do you know that none of us deny the effect that we're watching? The question is the cause. So tell me, Leon, how did you introduce and remove a thing to determine it causes the moon to go around the Earth? Can you tell me that? How did you determine that scientifically? How did you determine it scientifically? Simple question, fair question. I think it's a fair question. I mean, in any other sentence, you say, you know what's causing that phenomenon? It's this. And you go, how do you know? You go, because I introduced it and I removed it. So I have a high likelihood through repetition and experimentation to come to the conclusion that If you put mercury inside a human, it will likely kill them out of the repetition. It's likely to happen. It's not always, I can't say always, it's inductive. Now, can you say the same for a thing called gravity, right? No, you can't. Even Copernicus knew this. Guess who agrees with Copernicus? Me. Guess who Copernicus agrees with? Me. Not you. Working too hard for my whiskey fund. I moved over to rye. Is there a difference between those? He keeps asking a question. Is there any cause which itself is not an effect of something? No, Leon, focus, buddy. How did I know you wouldn't answer the question? Can you tell me how you access the cause of the moon moving? Simple question. Simple. Can you tell me how you accessed the cause?
Our brain is drifting.
I have to remove gravity from the Earth to be sure that gravity makes the moon go. Yeah, now you're getting it. You actually have to introduce and remove gravity at any scale. Any scale. You don't have to do it at the Earth scale. You can't do that at any scale. I'm assuming that you think gravity applies to all mass, right? Well, you can't do that at any scale. Because why? You don't have access. Gravity is a concept. You reify it into a material thing or a physical thing. It's not. That's why they moved to space-time. Concept. Bending of space-time. Concept. It's a reification fallacy. So you keep asking me a question instead of answering it. How do you introduce and remove what you think is the cause of bodies moving in certain ways? And this is all you need, guys, to refute these people. They lose it. They ask you more questions. Well, then you explain it. They say things like this. No. You're making the claim. You're making the claim, and you can't defend it, and everyone's seeing it right now.
Toward another.
See, another question, right? I'm curious about any scientific theories. How about stick to one? Global warming? Oh my gosh, dude. Same problem. By the way, they don't call it global warming anymore. You know why? Because all their modeling was wrong. And that's all it was to begin with, Leon. I don't know how old you are, but I'm old enough to remember Al Gore, and all of his modeling was wrong. The reason they shifted it to climate change is because they were wrong about it, the warming part. They were alarmed about the warming, and then suddenly they were wrong about the warming, and then they were like, well, we got to include cooling. Hey, I have an idea. Let's just rebrand it climate change. Oh, congratulations, people. You figured out the climate changes. Cool. Well, Leon, you have the same problem as you do with gravity. If you're saying human beings are the cause of climate change, warming, cooling, or whatever, if there's a time before the Industrial Revolution where the same phenomenon occurred, whether it was global temperatures or CO2 levels or whatever, you have to distinguish between human activity and natural causes. But you don't have access to that. Once again, you're a pseudoscientist. You're an NPC. You're a useful idiot. You're a trained robot.
The next collision is already scheduled. We just don't know when. The truly nightmarish aspect is the precision of the model. There is no escape from a brain collision. It happens everywhere simultaneously across the entire membrane. There are no shelters, no spacecraft fast enough, no dimensions to hide in. When the next collision arrives, every atom in our universe will be erased in the same instant, and the universe that replaces ours will have no memory that we ever existed.
It's just wild.
Number 7, the simulation server.
This is like bong rip basement theories.
Farm. In 2003, philosopher Nick Bostrom published a paper that has haunted physics and philosophy ever since. His simulation argument proposed that if any civilization ever develops the technology to simulate conscious minds, they will likely run countless such simulations, meaning the number of simulated realities vastly outnumbers base realities.
No, the simulated realities vastly outnumber the volume of power that you would need for all those simulated realities, dum-dum. I'm so... I'd be the worst king. Like, honestly, if I was a king, you would actually go to jail for this. I'd be like, I'd show up at their doorstep, you know, poor guy, he's about to eat with his family, he has kids. Nope. You're going to jail. You go to jail for this. Don't forget the scare before we were born in the 70s and 80s was that there was going to be a new ice age. Yeah, remember that? Remember that. Yep. Scary. This is scary. Jim Bob constantly beats up straw men. No, I'm still asking you a question you can't answer. Right? I'm trying to ask you a question you're not going to answer. I want to tear your face off. I'm sitting here asking a question about gravity, and you're not answering the question. You're not being a man. If I was Mike Tyson, dude, you'd be done. I'm still waiting for the question. Answer the question. Why don't you tell me how when I knock someone out and they fall to the ground and you call that gravity, what caused them to fall down? Because I think it was me. I think it was my pure power, my animalistic gorilla power knocked them to the floor. You think it's a bending of space-time. Why do these all sound like crappy Marvel? That's all it is, dude. That's why they're so obsessed with Marvel. Every time I talk to one of these atheists, their entire wall is Marvel comics. It's not an accident. This is a philosophy, right? Their view of the world is informed by a certain philosophy, and then they're geared towards certain like subcultures because of the philosophy. It's amazing how these, quote, science is accepted without repeatable experiments or outcomes. We have about 5K hours recorded history. That's it. The rest of science fiction, yeah. Yep. Yeah, I think about that often, actually, when it comes to studying, like, even human beings, what level of documentation we have and don't have, and from their scale of time, the grand scheme of things. Now, it's incredulous, I'll admit, but even from their model, considering technology and the rate of exponential returns, right? Moore's law, not that it's a law, it's like just technically I wouldn't call it a law, but colloquially it's called a law, accelerated returns. The speed at which technology gains like efficiency and speed and the rest, right, doesn't match even their model of how long human beings have been here from their view. Their arbitrary view where human beings arrive on the scene at this time, right, in this form. Some gradualism, suddenly the chapter starts. Human beings, right? Whatever thousands of years they say. Where we are today, you'd think we're really advanced, but compared to like what we know about technology and how long they say we've been around as human beings, there's a lot of unjustified stagnation in technology. Like, that doesn't make sense to me, because it doesn't match what we see today with the rate of technology and what it does in the grand scheme of the time scale. Doesn't make sense. Is Leon still spurging? I'm still waiting, Leon. Leon, I'm still asking you a question. It was a yes or no question, bro. We all asked you the question together. We're all waiting. We want to be taught by you, Leon. Were you ever able to isolate a thing called gravity as a force, introduce it, and remove it at any scale? Do you understand the question? My whole chat understands the question. I thought I was speaking very clearly. You don't want to answer it. Anyone else notice atheists always need you to define all their metaphysics for them? Yeah, they tell you. Well, you tell me. They constantly obfuscate the definition. So lazy. Yeah, they shift it on you. Well, you tell me what causes the moon to move. I'm not talking about my view. I don't know. I don't have access to that. I thought that was honest skepticism. I don't know. I can't pretend we can introduce and remove whatever we think is causing the phenomenon of the moon moving. That's pretty honest. Oh, you're denying? No, you're affirming. You're affirming. There's a difference. Little Leon.
Statistically, we are almost certainly inside one, but Bostrom's argument leaves an even darker question unanswered. If we are in a simulation, what exists outside it? The conventional answer is a server, a computer, a programmer, but the implications run deeper than hardware. Outside our universe, there might be a vast computational infrastructure running not just our reality.
Moving with respect to what? Wait, are you the Muslim guy that was here the other day? S1191669? Is that you? Is that you? Is that who I think it is? I kind of remember your number. I just want to make sure who's in the chat. Oh, negative. Okay, I was about to give you the call to welcome. Yeah, who made the simulation, indeed.
But billions of others simultaneously.
Removing mass. Okay, he answered? Okay. What did he say? Yes, we've been able to remove the effects of gravity. No, I didn't say the effects. You fucking idiot. Oh my gosh. You see how they're scientifically illiterate? I didn't ask about the effects. I asked about the gravity, the force. You see what I'm saying? This is how stupid. Look, I'm going to draw it. And you guys can see how stupid this is, okay? He's talking about Cavendish, essentially. So let's go through it real quick, just for all you guys. Which, by the way, the experiment, as he called it, wasn't even designed to establish cause, but yet Leon here is using it as an argument for cause. I'm going to show you how dumb this actually is. All right? So, okay. So what do we got here? We got the world on a string. I'm sitting by a rainbow. Got my string around your little finger. Okay, so you got this bar on a spinny post, and you got a hanging mass and a hanging mass, right? And the idea is this is on a spin, so it can spin. And the idea is you introduce mass here, and you see if this thing rotates, right? And the idea that Leon's arguing is that mass attracts mass, aka that's what gravity is. That's what he's arguing, which isn't even the current model, by the way. But let's just take it through, okay? If you watch this and you say, look, it seems as though these balls are spinning and they're attracted to these other masses on the ground here. It seems to be the case that they're moving toward that, right? The question is what's causing it? He says if you introduce the block, it suddenly spins, so that the cause is the block. How do you remove the block and establish the cause then? You can't. That's why it's not scientific. You can't say the block itself, which is the mass, causes the thing, because you can't introduce and remove it. You lose the effect anyway. You totally lose the effect. You can't witness the effect unless the mass is there. So saying the mass is what causes the effect of the mass on the mass, you're not saying anything. You're just saying that there's some mystical attraction between two things. That's all you're saying, right? You don't have access to the cause. You have access to the effect. You introduce the thing that's at the effect and you go, see, that's the cause. That's how stupid it is. But again, we're talking to somebody who doesn't even know the difference between a cause and effect. This is how lost science has become. We're just so screwed. It's like they don't even know the difference between an effect and a cause at this point in their studies.
A server farm of cosmoses, each one humming away in isolation, each one populated by beings who believe their reality.
Oh, did they already go to accusing me of flat Earth? Unbelievable. It's just like there's nothing else you can do, right?
Is fundamental. What makes this theory particularly disturbing is the question of resources. Every simulation costs processing power. Every conscious mind requires computation. The civilization running our universe must allocate its resources somehow, prioritizing some simulations over others, shutting down ones that become too expensive or...
Spoken like a true... Yeah, I figured. Look, dude, if there's anything I said, you can just refute it, right? Is poisoning the well? I'm not a flat earther. Can you refute anything I said? No. That's all you guys have, man.
Or uninteresting. Outside our cosmos, there might be administrators making...
Cavendish was a known idiot. Yeah, I don't understand. Like, you are flirfs if you can't grasp gravity. No, that doesn't even follow. That's a non sequitur. Even that means Neil deGrasse Tyson is a flurfer then, because he says you can't actually grasp it. We don't understand it. We don't understand how it works. That's the consensus. We don't actually understand. Mathematically, can we describe something? Yeah. But as far as cause, no. So you don't have any arguments, dude. This is what's so beautiful about these topics, is that we maintain a coherent counter. I make coherent, clear counters of why these things aren't scientific. And instead of you guys engaging with it and going, no, you're wrong because of this, this, and this, you just call us names and you run. Right? That's all you do. That just makes us look better. I don't care. You can do that all day. Just makes us look good. Haven't these people realized that they gave the game away during COVID when Fauci said, if you deny him, you deny science? Yeah, that was it. That was like their dogma established. That was their Vatican II. The Scientismo Vatican II. Modern science is a cult. It is. It's not scientific. It's a philosophy. The whole thing is a philosophy. Thank you for that tenor. Can I explain air density? No, I can't explain the ultimate cause of it. Is that a problem? Does that mean I can't describe it? No. What's the problem? As if there aren't things in the natural world that are phenomenons that we don't have access to the cause of. You're acting like that's some sort of violation of science, you dipshit. Terrible people. Horrible people.
Decisions about which universes get to...
Well, then can you fully exhaust all causality in the natural universe? You're a flat earther. You must be a flat earther then. No, I'm just the honest one who says, no, we don't have access to that. We actually don't have access. We can watch what happens. We can watch as something dense presses down and something lighter goes up. We can observe buoyancy. You don't have access to the cause, though. All I do is call people names. I'm still waiting for you to give an example of when you introduce the cause. I'm still asking you, Leon. Can you give me an example when you introduce the cause? Here we go. The thing introduced in the Cavendish experiment is the Bloch's mass. Yeah, the thing that's at the effect, right? And by removing it, you know that the mass causes the effect. Nope. You don't. That's totally circular. You don't know that. The mass is the thing that's at the effect. You're saying the mass is at the effect of itself, dum-dum? Yeah, we know the mass is at the effect of itself because when we introduce it, we see the effect that we don't know the cause of. The cause of the effect on the thing is the thing itself. It's self-effective. Does that make sense to you? See, the difference here is, let's take magnetism. Take two magnets that are prepared to produce the effect of attraction. Now, we can manipulate that. So it's not a matter of introducing the mass, it's introducing the mass at a certain state that can be manipulated. You know what I'm saying? So you can manipulate two objects and produce magnetism, and you could also manipulate the same objects and remove magnetism. He's talking about buoyancy like flurfs do? What are you talking about? No, actually, flurfs try to argue, they try to propose something causing buoyancy. I don't agree with them. So you're just not being honest, dude. I wish you'd be more honest. No, I don't hold a flat earth view. That's incoherent to me. No, I don't hold to electrostatics cause the phenomenon we call falling or buoyancy or the rest of this or any of that. What my view is that you can observe the phenomenon of buoyancy. You can observe the phenomenon of falling. You can observe lighter gases like helium going up and heavier things coming down. That's still the effect of falling and pushing something out of the way. I can't tell you what causes that. I can't tell you what causes it. Buoyancy, it's an effect. Describing buoyancy doesn't tell us anything, bro. I'm the one who's honest here. You're the one who's not.
Continue and which get terminated. There might be budget meetings. There might be quarterly...
You can easily explain gravity and magnetism. No. We can manipulate magnetism. You can't manipulate gravity. I'm not talking about you explaining it. Okay? I don't care what you think you can explain. What you mean by explain is describe. You can manipulate and repeat magnetism. Like as a scientist. You can't do that with gravity. You can create magnetism. You can remove it. You might even be able to inhibit it with something else. You can't do that with gravity, dude.
Reviews. The implications extend further into nightmare territory. If our universe is one simulation among billions, we are competing for attention and resources with other realities we will never know about. The civilization outside might have favorites. They might have a universe...
Gravity, yes. That's not a sentence, dude. Do you need help speaking first, or do we need crayons? Do we need online crayons? Gravity, yes. All caps. Oh my gosh.
They consider their masterpiece, while ours is treated as a forgotten experiment running in the background. We might be the cosmic equivalent of a tab left open in a browser, consuming memory while...
Yeah, you can introduce and remove it. You can manipulate magnetism. You can't do that with gravity. And if you say you can, please point in a direction where you had a thing called gravity where you could actually introduce it. Do you know how we know that gravity is not introduced and removed in the Cavendish experiment? The fact that the Cavendish experiment has weights on a string means gravity is still in effect, what you call gravity. You can't remove it. Then you have to say you're introducing gravity inside gravity. Right? They say, well, that's the thing. It neutralizes. The fact that they're holding from strings means they're no longer falling. They're both at the effect of falling. So they're falling but not falling. That neutralizes it. Therefore, the new thing is watching it spin. But it's still question begging. What's causing the phenomenon of falling or spinning or one thing going toward another? Well, in magnetism, you can actually manipulate that. That's why it's a proper scientific theory, a scientific way of looking at it, because you can manipulate it. Gravity's not. Raziel says for $10, they act like the theories are dogma. Yeah. Isn't the point of to continue try falsifying it? Yes. No, that this is how we know they're in our type of religious cult. If we made a model where Christ was the cause of the universe and it was consistent, they'd still reject it. Yeah, it's very telling. Yep. It's a philosophy. It's just a philosophy.
while no one watches, and somewhere outside our reality there is a power button. Whoever holds it has never used it on us yet, but there is no guarantee they never will. Number 6, the parent dimension. In 1919, mathematician Theodore Kaluza sent Albert Einstein a paper proposing something radical. By adding a 5th dimension to Einstein's theory of general relativity, Kaluza could unify gravity and electromagnetism into a single mathematical framework. Einstein was initially skeptical, but eventually endorsed the idea. Modern string theory has expanded on this work.
String theory. A gliggity, I call it a gliggity theory. Facts.
Suggesting that our universe might contain not 4 dimensions, but 10 or 11, with the extra dimensions curled up so small we can
10 or 11, just arbitrary.
never directly observe.
Look at this dude. Dude drew curly cues and arrows and sent it to Einstein. He read the paper. He was all 10 or 11 or 4,000 million years and 14 billion years.
Them. But what if those extra dimensions are not curled up? What if they extend infinitely outward and our entire universe is just a thin slice of a much larger reality? In this scenario, the cosmos we observe is like a shadow cast by something much greater, a 3-dimensional projection of structures that exist in dimensions we lack the senses to perceive. What makes this theory particularly unsettling is what those higher dimensional structures might contain.
No gliggity. It's so arbitrary. The whole thing is crazy. And then dimensions and... Is he still... Look, we're still asking for you to give what's equal to our ability to manipulate magnetism. We're looking for an equal experiment where you actually have a thing called gravity that you're influencing. Not the mass. The mass is at the effect of something. This is why it's so stupid. The whole Cavendish thing wasn't even his goal to establish cause. It's like establish a constant or something, right? A description. That was the point. You don't have access to the cause. You just have access to the effects, and then all you guys do is redefine and mathematically describe the effects. That's all you do. You don't have access to any of the actual thing called gravity. You have nothing. Eric says, gravity is like time. We don't have access to time itself. We measure motion and call the ratio between motion's time. Yeah, that's not causal, though. That's why it's not in the right category of science. If time is a tool that we use to measure changes in magnitude, and there are effects of things like falling or moving upward, right? If it's helium or something, helium has mass, moves up. So if that's the thing you're observing and describing, the difference between gravity and time is we never say time is causing anything. We never make the claim time is causing the thing, but now they're starting to, right? They're so far in their philosophy that they actually got a fair amount of people who are scientifically minded to say space-time, space, the absence of matter in between matter, time, conceptual tool to measure changes, space-time itself bends. I'm sorry, what I know about the natural world so far is to say something bends is a physical phenomenon. How do you bend a concept? You can't bend a concept. So even from that descriptor, Eric, we don't have access to time, as a physical thing because, it's not. It's not a physical thing. And if it's not a physical thing, how could you say that the space-time bends if you don't have access to it? You know what I asked these people? Remember Brenda? I have a great clip of her. I think still up, maybe. Him. Sorry, slipped up there. I asked, in what space and time did you observe the bending of space-time? Because if something bent and moved, it would necessarily have to happen in time. How could the thing that you need, the two things, space-time, be the thing that's bending. It's complete incoherence. It's just like, it's like Hogwarts spell casting, class. Gravity causes weight variation at different heights on Earth and Lego. Also, you explained to me how gravity causes local weight variance. Yeah, he can't. Well, even that, you're just still talking about effects. That's it. You're just measuring a phenomenon of varying effects at different places, but you cannot isolate the cause still. You still can't. He won't be able to do it. It's impossible. So far. I mean, unless they like somehow isolate but then remove it. But then if you remove it, like you're testing, the thing you're testing requires the regularity of how things operate. If the effects of gravity is merely a lawful way in which things behave and you have no access to its cause, if that phenomenon is necessary, a necessary precondition for doing any testing, then you necessarily can't remove it. It wouldn't make sense to remove it. You don't have access to it. What are you removing? Objects? It's like, yeah, no, gravity's a thing. We figured it out. What is it? It's just objects. How do you know that? Well, we removed the object. No. It happens. We're not talking about what happens, dude. You guys can't seem to figure this out, helmet wearers. Let me ask you a question, Lego. Is there a difference between a cause and effect inside of the natural world? Well, inside of science, studying the natural world, is there something called an effect that's an observation? And is that distinct from finding the cause? Are we even at that level of agreement?
Mathematically, a four-dimensional being could exist just outside our universe as an infinite ocean of non-being.
Unbelievable. They're going at it. The void of true nothing. I can't even look at it anymore. I'm disgusted. You know who I'm going to see? I'm going to see if Jesse Lee Peterson and Jay. This should be good. This should be a good palate cleanser from all these science tardos. They're also insufferable. Just they can't even like engage at the basic level. Is there a difference between cause and effect in science? Well, then tell me how cars work. Well, then you tell me how cars work then. Do you deny the moon is spinning? Do you deny? Oh.
Author and TV presenter. Welcome to the show.
Thank you, Jesse. Glad to be here.
You sound very important.
I don't know about that.
What do you mean?
Well, maybe I am important, or do I sound important?
All these YouTuber, comedian, writer.
Both compliment. Oh my gosh, you just fuck you, man. Just fuck off. Can't answer a basic question. Is cause and is there a distinction between the effect and a cause? They compliment. Does that mean yes?
Author and TV presenter.
Yes.
That's important.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that.
Welcome to the show.
Thank you.
So let me just ask, what's important to you?
Well, number one, I'm Orthodox Christian, so that's probably the most important thing, Orthodox Christianity. Following that, following Christ. Number two, my wife, my job, what I do, doing all this YouTube stuff. Writing for Sam Hyde, do the Alex Jones show. Been hosting Alex Jones for 6 years. So those things are important. And then kind of, trying to get good messages out to the culture against feminism, against leftism, all that kind of stuff. So that's what's important to me.
Right on. And I read that you were an Orthodox, and I want to talk about your book as well.
Are you an Orthodox, Jay?
Sure.
Is that what you call the Indian converts, Orthodox?
Orthodox Christian, right?
Why do they have such a problem with S's and X's? It's just a wild phenomenon.
Right. And even though I'm learning more about it than I've known beforehand, but explain to us, what is that exactly?
So basically, we believe that it's the ancient form of Christianity that is in league with, in concert with, what the church taught for the first 1,000 years of Christianity. So if you read the church fathers after the apostles of the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd century, whether it's Irenaeus or Cyprian or Ignatius or Clement, they all teach the...
Lego says there's objectivity in his worldview. No, there actually isn't. No, there actually isn't. You really, in your worldview, Lego, you have no justification for any sort of universal invariant regularity of anything. Nothing. It's just ad hoc. It just is this way. You have a phenomenal conservatism as your basis, paired with empiricism. It's garbage.
The same thing that we teach, and they're the successors to the apostles. So Orthodox Christianity is really maintaining that tradition, but we're noticeably different from Roman Catholicism because we don't have a pope. And we are not Protestant because we do believe in a lot of things that Protestants don't believe in, like the real presence of Christ in the Eucharist. We have apostolic succession. We have oral tradition. So all of those things kind of set us apart from both Protestant churches and the
Are you an Orthodox?
Roman Catholic Church.
It seemed to be like a Catholic church.
In ways.
And why do you guys look like a Catholic church in ways?
Well, if you go back to...
God bless Jesse Lee. He's got like that.
The early church, the first, second...
It's like an old dog. It's like one of those old dogs. That's at the library, like in the foyer of the library.
In the 3rd century, when the apostles went out and they set up churches, when Paul went on his missionary journeys and set up churches, we believe that he established worship services for the church that are not directly written in Scripture. So there's a tradition of what's called liturgical worship, which is the type of worship that you would see in the Old Testament with David writing Psalms. Those
liturgical worship.
Psalms that David wrote were meant...
Everybody, W's in the chat for liturgical worship.
...to be sung and played in the temple liturgy, or after Ezra in the synagogue system services that Ezra
I can't not like them.
So we think that the apostles, not just Paul, but Peter, who went to Rome, or Mark, who went to Alexandria, that they also crafted for the church liturgies. And when you read, say, Justin Martyr in 150, he describes the worship service of the church in 150 AD, or Irenaeus in 180 AD. Those are early church bishops and saints and martyrs. They describe the worship service like we do in the Orthodox Church. So a lot of those things are elements that are continued out of the ancient Hebrew tradition of the temple and the synagogue worship. So you have things like vestments, you have things like an altar, you have things that would be familiar to people familiar with the temple and synagogue worship, but also new elements that Christ established when he came that make it uniquely Christian. So the Lord's Supper, things like that, baptism as part of the initiation rite, like all of those things are uniquely also part of the Orthodox Church, but they have elements that I think are best understood not as pagan Roman accretions or something like that, but things coming out of the ancient Hebrew tradition. So we have vestments and tradition, things like that.
And do the Orthodox Church get along with the Catholic Church? Do they like one another?
Not really, no.
They don't like each other?
No, we split about 1,000 years ago.
And why?
Well, in the 11th century, the papacy at that time, the Pope, in the Middle Ages, early Middle Ages, he decided in the 1100s that he would be the greatest bishop, the head bishop of all the bishops.
The Pope decided that?
Yeah, and so that's called the Gregorian Reform, so the 11th century under Pope Gregory. And then after him, successive Catholic popes, Roman Catholic popes, made more and more grandiose claims about the Church of the West and his church, that he would control the whole global church. But he also, in 1382, under Pope Urban, he claimed that you had to also believe that the Pope was a temporal king as well as a spiritual head of the church. And this is a document called Unum Sanctum. And in that document, he says, if you do not believe that the Pope is also an earthly, worldly king, you can't be saved. And so these were kind of like
Ooh.
gradually moving the Orthodox and the papal church apart. So that's why we haven't got along. Other things too, like certain theological issues, but those are the main issues.
I read that the Catholic Church came about because they wanted to deceive the people and control them for personal gain. And that's why they came about, and they created this Pope guy. And, is that true?
Well, I mean, so the word Catholic just means the universal church or the fullness of truth, right? So we call ourselves as Orthodox, we believe we are the Orthodox Catholic Church. So we're the right believing Catholic Church. And so the word Catholic itself sometimes is associated with us, but also some.
We've always had a pope. Ortho's left the true church over political reasons. That's just like, it's like historically not true. I mean, you go to 1054 and you look at which church existed and how they existed and which church maintained no new developments after 1054. And the Catholic Church, as it is today, all those changes can be traced back to 1054. Not just those, obviously the new ones in 1965. So, no, that's just false. Completely false. There's no leaving. We didn't leave anywhere. Historically, we can place the continued practice and dogma. All the theology is still intact. And what was there to leave? Where did we leave to if nothing changed? Talk about political. I mean, that's rich. That's actually rich. Look at your Vatican II documents. You want to call you think what's going on today, you have a place to speak? You don't think your own church, from even your own standard, is leaving itself for political reasons? All right, do you understand that? I think it was actually, we just mentioned, Pope Urban II declared authoritatively, the one who established, right? The king, the king distinction, listen to me, declared Muslims to be worshiping demons. Dude. Tell me, where in Catholic theology did you determine and how that you went from an authoritative position that that Muslims worship demons? What changed that they're now worshiping the true God accidentally? Please tell me. Please. I'm not trying to be mean, but it's just like, dude, you got to be kidding me.
Sometimes associated with the Pope. So if you mean, did the
Jesus establish the papacy? No, that's just not true. And you don't have any arguments. You have assertions. You just have assertions. That's all you got. Just saying Jesus established a papacy is not an argument. Even the term pope, the earliest use of the term pope as some sort of office was definitely not like the current office seat that you guys have now. But you're like, oh, it's the same word. No way.
Papacy, or did the Pope?
You got to look at who broke off and changed doctrine. Orthodox didn't do that. You guys did that. That's just historically a fact. It's documented. You can't pretend there wasn't, you guys aren't developing. You just guys call it like new developments. You just use the term developments as if you're coming to new revelatory, resolution on the faith that Christ already delivered. That's like you. Ironically, you guys are the first reformers. That's great irony that you guys were the first Proddies.
Pope, by the Middle Ages, begin to be this deceptive entity.
There's plenty of evidence in church history. Pope just means Papa. Yeah, I know. It's a word concept fallacy. You're just equivocating on the word Pope. So you're like, look, the word Pope, Papa, look, it existed. Therefore, the term existed when Christ started, right? And he created his commission. And then, where the bishop is, the church is. And we all agree on all that. But you're just like, you're making it ambiguous as if the way in which your Pope operates today is anything like the earliest church operations for people who have seats in the clergy. Totally different, man.
We would say yes, but we don't think in the first 1,000 years that the Pope was evil per se. There were good and bad bishops throughout the first 1,000 years of Christianity, so many of those popes are saints in the Orthodox Church.
Why did the Pope establish a church when God said, let no man teach you? And so they got this Pope guy, and that's all they do is teach people instead of pointing them back to the teacher.
Well, I think when Jesus says, call no man on earth father, let nobody be your teacher, he's using rhetorical devices of teaching, like cut off your hand if it makes you sin, right? You don't literally cut your hand off, right? So I don't think Jesus is saying no one teaches you, because Paul says to Timothy, I'm your father in the faith, I have taught you, Timothy. So it's not a...
Yeah, and it would be inconsistent to take that interpretation with the Great Commission anyway. Like, clearly establishing the church through the apostles and the disciples and the bishops and the priests and the carrying forth the holy tradition, as Paul says in Thessalonians. How can you carry a true tradition if you deny that you can teach it? Obviously, that can't be what it means just from that logical perspective. You can't hold to the true traditions. You can't be told to hold steadfast to the traditions. You can't be told a proper way to participate in baptism and partake in the Eucharist and the rest of the sacraments and live a life called Christian without spiritual fathers and guides that carry the faith down. It's basically an argument against family in the end, because like, how do you pass the faith down without a generational transfer? How do you have a generational transfer without an authoritative teaching? You need it. You can't just like, go in your closet and hope to get a new revelation of what it means to be Christian and hope you have it right. And then your kid goes, can you teach me? And you're like, no, I can't. Call no man Papa. Get in the closet. Well, son, I'm so glad you asked. I'm so glad that you're interested in learning the faith. Too bad I can't teach you. Get in the closet for 19 hours. You'll get there. Don't worry about it. Don't you worry about a thing. Your, quote, infallible Pope drank shaman dirt water, worshipped Pachamama, and celebrates Skittles men. Rome has spoken. The issue is settled. Have clown masses. It's over. It's over. Now, people like Jay have probably known it was over, but I'm more on the periphery. I'm like, I didn't get into it too much, but it's going to be, if it's not nearly impossible to defend Catholicism at this point, looking at the Pope and Vatican as the authority, the guide, I just don't understand how you can do it. You're equivocating. The title of the chair is irrelevant. The title of the chair is irrelevant. Christianity's hierarchy, yes, I agree. That doesn't tell me anything, bro. What did I say? You don't have any arguments. You're like, oh, hey, Jim Bob, the church is hierarchical. Yeah? Not a flat pyramid? What are you talking about, a flat pyramid? Just tu quoque. We're talking about you claiming you have an unchanged faith, right? That's your claim. That's your claim. Your claim is that Orthodox broke away. Now you're talking about the structure of the church and defense of the Pope.
An exclusive statement. It's a rhetorical teaching device. But I do think you're right that there can be situations where humans try to arrogate themselves.
Hey, was your Pope right? Was Pope Urban right when he said Muslims worship a demon? Yes or no? Please. Don't say, yeah, but there's a patriarch quote about Muslims. Don't give me that crap. Just answer a question. Was Pope Urban correct when he said Muslims worship demons? Let's start there. Was the Pope correct at the time that Muslims worship demons?
Above the word of God, for sure.
Yeah, but Bartholomew and the...
For sure.
I noticed that the the Orthodox Church Why they seem to be dark and depressing?
Well, if you go to Orthodox Church, it depends on when and what time. You know, one reason that they're dark is that the church comes out of the Middle Ages when they didn't have electricity. So there are a lot of monastic cathedrals that still don't have lights. So they
Flat
have
pyramid
candles that light
Who
the
bit the
church. That might be one reason.
Who built the flat pyramids, bro? Hey, Villafair, please answer the question. Does the Pope's hat give him magical powers? Jezhek? Well, I think you should fully convert. You know why? Just because I took your advice on singing that part, the chorus at a higher octave, okay? Does that make sense rationally? Is that a good reason to convert? No. But I think it should be your reason. RC forbids women, quote, women's health care, if you know what I mean. Oro does have a clear stance, or does have a clear stance. You mean abortion? Yeah, I'm pretty sure the stance is in opposition to all of that. Is that the real Helio listener? Because now I think people are faking. Tony, is that you? I don't like having fake Tonys around. There's only one Tony. Did he answer the question? It is the real Hello Listener. Hey, Tony, did you finish the new thing, the new ad? Because I wanted to play it to get people pumped about tonight. The new one, not the creepy one. Where did he go? I just want to know. Was he right when he said that? Was he right when he said the Muslims worship a demon? It's really important.
Reason why they're, if you mean literally darker, is that what you're saying?
Right.
Or are you saying like spiritually darker?
Literally dark.
Black.
Yeah, I
And
mean,
depressing light.
Black.
I mean, if you go to an Orthodox liturgy, it's very warm. It's a very inviting.
I did ask someone, if you're listening, somebody. I asked, is there a threshold, a line that if they cross it, you'll leave, and you'll come to Orthodoxy? He couldn't tell me, but I gave that as an option. I said, okay, what if there's a female bishop? Will that go far enough?
Most people describe it as a very warm experience. So, for example, at Easter or Pascha, we have a service where it's dark, and then at night you light it up. So it gets really light with the candles and everything. So it really just depends on when and what time.
What's the purpose of having services in the dark?
Well, for example, at Pascha, it's a situation where it's dark before the resurrection. So we believe that Christ was resurrected, and then everything lights up. So it's before the world's in.
I don't see that price, but thank you.
Have you debated an atheist who holds to hard solipsism? The atheist I'm debating is appealing to assumptions and has shifted to hard solipsism. My argument thus far is, hard solipsism is all of reality is caused by your consciousness. Thus any assumptions is created / caused by your consciousness and is questioning what the reality it created / caused.
Yeah,
Chase
Chase, if they appeal to solipsism, it's just there's no point in arguing. There's no argument. Because the argument itself for solipsism would be in question if hypothetically solipsism was the case. It would be like, it's like as stupid as arguing that truth is relative and not objective. The statement itself would be self-refuting. So it's just like, these are sophists, Chase, who they're like half-empty vessels who just want your energy, honestly. I try not to engage when it gets to that level. Just like, okay, good luck, buddy. I'm still waiting. Villafair. I'm waiting. I just wanted to answer the question, please. The declaration of the Crusades based on the claim that Muslims were worshiping demons. Was he right about that? He seemed to disappear. Why? Where you go? Why you go away?
The darkness, just a symbol of the world being in darkness, and then it lights up super bright when there's the resurrection.
Why and when did you become an Orthodox? What made you decide, instead of being a normal Christian?
A normal Christian.
What made you become an Orthodox?
Well, we think that's
the normal. You mean the no sacrifice Christian?
this is normal. If you go the first 1,000 years of Christianity, this is what's normal. So there were no Protestants back then. So this is normal. That is Christianity.
So have you always been an Orthodox?
No. To answer your question, I think I became Orthodox in 2017.
Thank you.
So I was raised Baptist. My family's Baptist.
Yeah.
And
Especially from the South. Especially coming from the South, right? You grew up in Tennessee, right?
Yeah, you guys Southern. Jay talks blat, honestly. He really does. Like, if he was sitting behind me on a bus, right? I think I'd move forward. If I didn't look back and see it was Jay, I'd probably move forward. I'd be like, I don't want to be on a headline. Still nothing from Villafair? Nothing? Won't answer me? Nothing?
Right. Yeah.
You have to be a Baptist down there.
Or a charismatic.
Right.
Right. So, I was raised Baptist, and then I started reading the church fathers and reading church history and studying how the Bible came together when I was in my 20s. And I put a lot of time into that, and I became Roman Catholic in 2003. So I was Catholic for 10 years, maybe 9 years, somewhere around that. And then I started realizing that there's something wrong with like what the Catholic Church taught after Vatican II in the 60s versus what they taught before it. Because, for example, you have, in the Middle Ages, the
I don't know. I think so. Okay. Well, I mean, you'd have to. I mean, on what basis could you reject that authority right at the time? I mean, he's one of the highlighted, examples of papal authority. He says Muslims worship demons. Now, the question is, how do you get from the life of a Catholic, the dogma of a Catholic, to the level of a crusade is that Muslims worship demons? A demon, at least, singular. I agree with that. And then I'm asking, how do you theologically get from Muslims worshiping a demon to the extent it justifies a crusade to they worship the Christian God accidentally? Can you tell me how it's possible without a creation, without an innovation? How is it possible theologically that's equivalent to me like Joseph Smith saying, it's declared that I could marry a bunch of young women. And then further down the line, the next president or prophet says, no, actually God said we reversed that. You guys have an open revelatory system essentially then. It's open revelation from that perspective. That level of contradiction theologically is inconsistent enough to call it open new revelation. So how can you go, by what standard, by what criterion, by what methodology can you shift from Muslims worship demons, based, that's a base take, to, no, they worship the same God. Here's a mat in the Vatican. Here. Let's go. Here. I mean, when are they going to do a call to prayer in Vatican City? Soon? Already? A totally inconsistent history.
The Pope would call crusades against the Muslims.
Yeah.
But then after the 1960s,
Here we go.
They're going and praying in the mosques with Muslims.
Yeah, tell me. Make it make sense, guys. I'm not trying to be mean or anything. Make it make sense. Muslim crusade, worship demons, 1965 and on. Here, come worship. Come. Here's a mat. Here, have a mat.
Oh, those things can't be true. The same. Like,
did he say the question's unfair? Unbelievable. Don't tell me that's an unfair question, please. Did he just say that? Even Muhammad thought he was talking to a demon. Did he? Not only that, dude, Villafair, are you aware of who drafted Vatican II or Nostra Aetate? Are you aware? Should we bring him up? How is that not a red flag at the time? You guys aware? We can look at it. You know, we'll get into Jay's thing here because this is premiering. But Pope Innocent at the second Lateran Council banned the use of crossbows and bows and arrows against fellow Christians. I did not know that.
Like, how are you going to call a crusade, and how are you going to go pray with them, right? It doesn't make any sense praying in the mosques. So
those are not dogmatic positions. Two separate theological opinions. Okay, so the opinion of the Pope, who declared himself the authority, the king, closest to Christ, declares that Muslims worship a demon, and that's the view, and then it justifies a crusade, but now they don't worship a demon. So you're just saying there's no dogmatic position on what Muslims do? And you think that's a strong position? There's no dogmatic position. By the way, you're wrong. If it took to 1965 to hold a dogmatic position on the God that Muslims worship, tell me that's not a development. That's a change in the dogma. Are you saying for the first how many thousand years of Christianity in the early church that there was no authoritative, absolute stance on whether or not Muslims worship the triune God? And it took to 1965 to realize, oh no, this whole time we had it all wrong. They're just incorrectly worshiping God. Seriously? That's going to be your take? This is what your take is, dude. Your take has to be there is no dogmatic position on whether or not Muslims worship, but that's not even true. There was no dogmatic position on whether or not Muslims worship a demon or the true God. And now there is in 1965. Christ established a church so that in 1965, through the writings of an active homosexual, a Jewish one, by the way.
Cool it with the anti-Semitic remarks.
You had to wait till 1965 to get clarity on the stance for Muslims. And you're saying that we fell away, that Orthodoxy fell away, but you guys held steadfast. What? Just stop. Just stop.
I was just looking for what I thought would be the most authentic version of Christianity that was the Christianity of the first 1,000 years, and so I just eventually found my way to Orthodoxy. So that's since 2017.
Were your parents disappointed?
No, I mean, my mom's always been supportive of my religious studies and journey, so she wasn't critical of it at all. My dad's not in good health, but he didn't care.
Oh, okay. And so how did it help you personally to become an Orthodox? How were you helped by that?
I think that the Orthodox Church, since I believe it's the true church, I think that it has the grace and the power that I was looking for in a lot of these other groups to actually change you. So I've seen in my life since being Orthodox, almost 10 years, maybe 9 years now, a lot of hopefully improvement. I mean, there's a lot of areas I've still got to work on, but I've seen a lot of passions, a lot of, you talk about emotions a lot. I've seen a lot of that being overcome. We stress in the Orthodox Church that you need to be dispassionate, meaning not ruled by your emotions and your passions. That's a big part of Orthodox spirituality. So hopefully I've seen a lot of that improvement. I mean, I still fall into getting angry at times, but.
You do?
Sure, yeah, sometimes.
You get angry at times?
Yeah, at times.
But let me ask, do you cry over Mother Mary on Friday nights?
I don't cry over her, but we believe we did.
But you guys, your church do cry over Mary on Friday nights, right?
No.
That doesn't happen?
No.
Oh, y'all cry over Jesus dying on Friday nights.
Weird question.
I mean, in an Easter service during the week, there are certain services.
Here, let me ask you a question, Villaver. Do you worship the same God as Muslims? Yes or no?
Building up to Easter, where you do fast and we do like the canon of St. Andrew, which is repentance. And you can and perhaps should cry over your sin in those situations, but we don't cry over Mary, no.
But you cry over Jesus' death. Then he died on the cross.
I mean, at a certain time, but then you have to rejoice when you...
Did you say the Catholic Church wrote? No, we wouldn't even say that. We wrote, no. Like in the sense of like establishing like an institution that's not invisible, that's structural, that's episcopal. That's not even true from anyone's view. What are you talking about? You wrote the scripture. What? What are you saying? Are you trolling us?
You celebrate the resurrection. So in other words, we kind of represent every year the life of Christ.
Oh, you do?
Oh, you asked them three. See, why don't they answer that question? Oh, you have to hold to that, okay? It's binding. That's a binding document for Catholics. So, that's why asking in reverse is so much more rhetorically effective. The question is always, do Muslims worship the same God as you? They already believe that. So you have to reverse the question and say, you worship the same God as Muslims? And suddenly they're like, no. I was wondering why the tag argument presupposes the Orthodox God versus Protestant. In short, Eric, I can't fully exhaust that argument. It's a multi-step, but it's the metaphysics. It gets into the specific metaphysics. It also gets into Christology, and the one and the many issue, and unity and multiplicity, and a whole slew of Orthodox distinctions. So I know that's not it's a weak, broad answer, but it's just honest. I can't. It's going to take. There are videos on it. I think Jay's covered this. It gets into the specific metaphysic model that Orthodoxy has, including the essence-energy distinction. And it's going to actually have to push to that. That's why I tell people who are really like, oh, look, it's fun to run a generic tag on these atheists and the unthinking, unprepared atheists. It'll probably work. Probably stump them up, pre-sup them, ask them for a justification, demonstrate they don't have one. But the moment they go, all right, fair enough, I can't. Now, can you tell me why your specific model? A lot of Protty people and people maybe who are even Orthodox who aren't ready to defend that and give that that set of multi-level arguments to give the positive of it, they get into big trouble. And it's not worth doing. You shouldn't do it. Like, you're basically taking a risk. You're like, oh, I'm gonna do this on them. I'm gonna do it, but you're hoping that they don't turn it on you, because if you go for a generic God, you're just gonna end up like Matt Slick. Like, you're not gonna be able to actually defend it. Eli says, for 10 buckaroos, Lumen Gentium says Roman Catholics are called to give, quote, religious submission of the intellect and will to fallible ordinary magisterial teachings. Right, that's an act of submitting. So just Pope's opinion doesn't get them out of it. Yeah. But that's why I'm saying it's like, maybe people like Villafare and some other people, especially now, they're picking and choosing what part of Catholicism they want. A lot of them, to be fair, I don't think it's reasonable. It's not a good reason to stay, but they live a life of Catholicism. Catholicism is in their life. It's not in the books, or it's not in the documents. It's not in the Vatican. So they're able to separate what Catholicism is to them, it's personal to them, absent, cut off from all of these things that would otherwise be, you'd have to confront the entailments of. So I kind of feel for them if they're in that position, because they're not affected necessarily. You don't need to fight that fight if your life has already been Catholic, culturally, familially. All of your seasons are Catholic. All of your events are Catholic. You're just Catholic. Like, that's just you. All that other stuff is like, don't worry, that'll get sorted out. I don't need to really concern myself with that. But if you take it seriously, Eli's right. You have to sort of like bend to it, and then you have to then question whether or not your church is true or authoritative. I showed depictions of Hindu gods to my LDS brothers, asked if they were demons, and they said no because it benefits those who believe in them. That's actually kind of consistent with their view.
So that's what we call the liturgy. That's the yearly cycle of the services. And it's really just to represent the gospel every year. So you kind of live through his life, death, and resurrection every year.
Every year you relive it?
Mm-hmm.
And so do you cry over Jesus?
I mean, there might be times when you're crying over repentance, and you could you could be moved to cry over, a sermon or something like about the death of Christ, but.
Premise 1, Roman Catholics and Muslims worship the same God according to Vatican II. Muslims worship a demon according to Pope Urban II. Conclusion, Roman Catholics worship a demon. RCC is self-refuting. Yeah, which is it, right? Do you go like, no, it's not ex cathedra. It's just an opinion, man. Well, I mean, historically, I can't actually find, maybe I'm wrong about this, but just looking, I couldn't actually find a firm dogma about Muslims. But you'd think this saves the position. Therefore, Pope Urban could be wrong, or it's just pure rhetoric or something like this. It's not ex cathedra. It's not authoritative. It's just rhetoric. It's just to get into the Crusades or whatever. If there is no dogma on whether or not Muslims and their entire existence and their philosophy is heresy or not, because honestly, Muslim theology has Gnostic roots anyway. I mean, just off the bat, denying that God is triune would be, and affirming Christ is something would be heretical. Now, it's not like it would be a mirror of existing heresy, and so that would seem obvious. You deny certain things about Christ that are essentially that need to be the case. That's a type of heresy, or at least caused by that position, that original heresy. If there's no dogma on the heresy of Islam, but it takes you to 1965 to establish a dogma, and your dogma actually affirms Islam is worshiping your God, you can't possibly hold that that your church is unchanged on the stance of Christ, of Christology, and what it is to worship, even like as Jay covers. To say Muslims worship the same God. Look, I'm going to actually do a video on this, but Mello, shout out to Mello, his buddy gave him this analogy about this. Let me actually draw it because it's a really good analogy. In regards to this position about Muslims worshiping the same God. So it was like a telephone. It was like the telephone. You're calling the hospital. You know what? I'm not ready for this. I'm going to prepare for this. I don't want to mangle it because it's so good. I don't want to mangle it. I promise I'll revisit this. It'll be better. I'm not ready for it. I really want to get it in my bones.
Based on the bones, as you
I mean, we celebrate, let me put it this way, we celebrate the resurrection more than we are crying and mourning, if that's what you're asking.
Right. But just from my understanding,
sure.
So you do cry, you have cried over Jesus' death, right?
I'm sure at some point, yeah.
And what were you crying about?
Levels of authority.
Why cry over that?
I would say, depending on what time in my life you're asking about, I mean, it would probably be just related to the fact.
They should have an app. It's called Ex Cathedra or not. And it's just a bunch of statements, and you have to swipe left if it is or isn't, and you see how well you do. That'd be fun.
That our sins are what resulted in Christ willingly going to die on the cross.
That's right.
So it
forever.
would be a reflection of some form of repentance, I think.
Oh, I see.
That's right, forever.
I'm black and slow, so take me a little bit.
I'm black and
I'm BIPOC too. I identify as black. So that way I get away with a lot more.
That's why you were late.
I'm on my own BIPOC time.
You identify as black.
Right, but I wasn't late. I was on time. But,
right.
Because when I show up is when it's on time.
Someone wants to run tag to monotheism. You and your opponent need to grasp things like Kurt Gödel and Kant. If someone wants to run tag on monotheism, like general monotheism, or defending general monotheism, I guess either way, if you, whatever it is you're up against, you're essentially going to have to be for something once the tables turn. So, because it really is the disjunct ends up splitting. It's either there's a necessary precondition, a justified view on God is a necessary precondition or not, and no other view can justify. If you examine all other views and they can't justify it, then they're like, okay, but can you? And then, because otherwise you'd just be also in that view, the view that can't justify the preconditions for knowledge.
That's right. What's the purpose of crying?
Incompleteness theorem stuff. Yeah, it's kind of relevant in a sense because now I'm not educated enough mathematically to discuss the theorems from purely mathematical, but essentially pointing to the systems, the logical systems themselves are not complete within themselves, and they appeal to at least one or two things outside of the system. And so you keep doing that. This is why circularity ends up not being a problem. Now, just calling it virtuous circularity, doesn't really get you anywhere. You can call it that rhetorically and just be like, well, no, there's permissible circularity and not permissible circularity, and you have to distinguish where circularity is a no-no and when circularity is basically recursive and necessary and inescapable. So then you just if we agree on that you keep pushing back, you have to reach ultimate circularity at some point. The ultimate. Now, the atheists just call them axioms, but then we could just have an axiom that God exists and they can't refute it. So it's like, that happens all the time in debates. They're like, no, we just call them axioms. We're like, okay, cool, I have an axiom, God exists. What's the problem? What seems to be a problem, officer?
Over Jesus' crucifixion when Jesus is not dead.
Because
why keep going through that?
Well, again, that'd be like saying, well, why would you read the gospel of his birth when he's in heaven now? It's because the whole message of the Bible always has an eternal meaning and significance. So that's why every year the Orthodox Church represents the entire life and death and resurrection of Christ, because it's an eternal thing that you keep learning from. There's always something to learn from.
But he didn't want us to die over his death. He wanted us to rejoice. Why? I mean, he didn't want us to cry over his death. He wanted us to rejoice.
To give you an example, you asked about, so during Lent.
Do we get into
this idea that Mary is praying for you? And the
people saying that to Jesus.
Right,
Thomas is saying, my Lord and my God.
But Jesus never said him. Other people said things about him, but nowhere in the Bible where he said, I am God.
He said, I'm the truth and the way. How could a human creature be the truth, ontologically, the truth? How could the word that existed before all creation, through which all was created, how could that being, person, not be God? Can someone be the truth? I am the truth. That would be heretical. That would be blasphemy to say, I am the truth. Why would you be following Christ if he was blaspheming? If he was from that view, he'd be a liar, straight up liar. Circularity is virtuous when it makes sense. Why would it be circular? It is vicious when it fails to give the reasons for why it's trying to explain. Yeah. And it really just pushes Eli to, well, we don't use explaining. We don't use explaining to get to God. God is the starting point for being able to explain anything. And then the intellect guy, the philosopher, the atheist, these types of people, they want you to get to God as a result of using logic, reasoning, and all this stuff. And you could use arguments that point to or necessitate God, but if the stance is the stance is that God is actually necessary for all of these things. We're doing stuff after the fact. We don't build up to God through the argument. We don't construct God. You go, see? Let's take these paths and end the book with the last page called God. No, God's the beginning of the book and the end of the book.
Before Abraham was, I am.
Right, but he still didn't say he was God.
What's I am?
That he did exist.
What is I am, though?
Because he is. I am is meaning he's whole, he's one person.
No, it's from Exodus 3. Exodus 3, where God says, I am that I am.
Right.
And then in John, Jesus is saying, before Abraham was, I am.
Yeah. Christ is constantly calling back to. Right? That people, what is it, Psalms? They always like, well, why does he scream? Why is he upset with his father? Why is he saying he's been forsaken? You're like, what is he referring to? Is he just saying that because he's feeling it? Like, oh, this seems like the right words. No, he's always like referencing. There's always this reference.
I know, but you still nowhere where you got to find where Jesus said, I am God. And I understand that the preachers and everybody are making that up, and they putting all these words together, and they make it sound like what they wanted to sound like. But Jesus was clear that he was the Son, he and the Father, one the Father in him, and he and the Father. And so he made that very clear. But the teachers, the preachers, and others, they put all these words together.
Okay.
And,
so
you believe Jesus.
So in John 7.
That's okay, Jesse. Here's some Jell-O. Okay, buddy. It's all right. It's okay. How about some sunshine today? How about a walk? How about a little walk?
He says to the disciples, he says, I came to give you a share in the glory that I had with the Father before the foundation of the world.
Right.
So does he have God's uncreated glory?
Yes.
Before the foundation of the world?
Yes.
Okay, then he's God.
No. He was one with God before the foundation of the world.
Yeah, you can't be with God before of all creation without sharing the uncreated nature of God. Eternally uncreated, that's what you are. That's divine. You can't say there's only two options. You're either uncreated or created. That's it. Shout out, hey Unitarians, this is like what do you guys have anyway? You guys have Jesse Lee Peterson and you have Metaphysics Mike. And this is where it gets you.
Because he came from God. Mm-hmm. But he wasn't God. He came from the
well, he's not God the Father, but God can have a son.
Right.
Right.
He does have a son.
Mm-hmm. But he can be worshipped because he is the son of the Father.
Do you share nature with your Father? Thank you, Bro Zilch. Appreciate you.
He's the creator of the world.
But he didn't want to be worshipped because he knew the weakness of human minds, and human beings are always looking for somebody to worship. And so he did not want to be worshipped. I remember when he rode into town on the donkey. One of the reasons that he rode in on the donkey because he wanted to be known that I'm just a son of God. I'm not God, so don't be worshiping me. I'm just like everybody.
Oh, is that what he meant with the donkey?
Yeah.
But the word God.
But the people wishing.
Jay's like, I can't even, I'm not even gonna take that bait.
Him anyway.
Okay.
Like they do with Mary.
If I have a son and he would have my nature, right?
Right.
We both have human nature, right?
Absolutely.
And Bryson
So,
Gray,
do you
yeah.
think that
Dude, that's the guy's
he's
the worst, man. He is so, oh my gosh.
Son of the Father. Do you think the Father's uncreated?
That dude, when I had to unfollow him because I started to think about like the 3/5 compromise and stuff, and like I was like, wait a second, I've been concerned about I've been concerned about women this whole time.
He would be your son, created in your image.
Right.
Right.
So
but he wouldn't be the father.
Right, I agree. But
so, likewise with
Jesus is right, but I'm saying if Jesus shares his Father's nature, do you think the Father's nature is uncreated?
Uncreated? What do you mean by that?
Oh boy, Jesse, come on, man. Oh man. This hurts. This hurts. Yeah, it's like listening to Marilyn. Oh my gosh, what do you mean by uncreated? Is Jesse gonna now say, like, there was no creation? I did see that, dude. Don't even get me started with that. Tyler, do you know how many things I typed with my little thumbs and had to go, nope, don't send that. Don't send that. I'll be on the list. Like six of them. Like seriously, like 6 of them. I'm not even going to show it. It's so horrifyingly bad, and it just enrages me, and it makes me think things that I can't say. That's what it is. But this is actually surprising. Like, not knowing just the distinction uncreated. Like, you're not created. You eternally exist before creation.
Does God have a beginning? Was he created, or is he eternal?
He's eternal.
Okay. So his nature is uncreated. It's not created.
Right.
And so would his son not have the same nature?
100%. You will have it.
Then Jesus isn't a creature.
I'm sorry?
Then the Son of God is not a creature. He's eternal just like the Father.
Right, just like the Father.
Ruh-roh. Jesse. See, this is a great angle. Scripture, you're going to have to tangle with that. You're going to have to declare and ask for a normative authority for hermeneutics. This way, this is just good. This is a great tactic.
It's not created.
Right.
And so would his son not have the same nature?
100%. You will have it.
Then Jesus isn't a creature.
I'm sorry?
Then the Son of God is not a creator. He's eternal just like the Father.
Right, just like the Father.
Well, then he's eternally God.
I understand how people want to see that he's God.
No, you just conceded, bro. Bruh. You conceded.
All right, I understand what you mean.
You just said that.
Have I ever debated John Cohen? Oy. No? Who is that?
Cool it with the anti-Semitic remarks.
But he's not God.
You just said that he is.
He had the eternal nature of the Father.
Then he's God.
And why do you say that?
You just said it.
No, I didn't.
You just said he has the divine nature.
He has the Father's nature, but he's not.
That means he's divine.
But I know.
You can't say that. You cannot say, this is what Metaphysics Mike had a problem with. We weren't talking about before creation, but Metaphysics Mike in our conversation said, no, Christ, purchases these divine properties. And then he didn't like the word divine. Okay, cool. Uncreated, it doesn't matter, okay? As long as we have the distinction, the concept of before creation and creation. Metaphysics Mike says, well, no, Christ is special because he's not fully just human. Oh, yeah. Oh, wow. Interesting. So if he's not just fully just human, he's not just human, that's a nature, right? So what does he have that makes him that makes him unique? Well, from the Orthodox perspective, we've had this answer for you for many years, and you still don't want to take it, but you take a half of it. You say, well, no, he's divine in some way. He's has the nature of God in many ways, and he doesn't. He does and he doesn't.
I know what you're saying about that, but do you believe he has a father?
Mm-hmm.
And he has a father, right? Mm-hmm. How could he be God? Are you saying he's God because he had the father nature?
The word God, yes.
Oh, okay.
The word God can pick out a person or a nature. And so the Father is God. But if he has a son with the same nature, then the word God can also pick out the son, and it can also pick out the nature that they share, just like the Holy Spirit has the same nature.
And that's exactly what they do knowing that's true, you have to distinguish what's being referred to. Now, when these metaphysic mics and the Muslims come at you and come after the Trinity, and they go, well, if they're the same God being, which is like they're talking about ontology, their existence is God. If they're the same being, God, the nature of being that is God, then how could it be that the Son is not praying to himself? Now they switched over to person. Because Jay accurately says here that the word God, depending on how you're writing it and referencing it, you could be referring to person, you could be referring to just the nature. But they switch. They get you to accept a premise that's referring to God as a nature. Then they switch the term God to be talking about the person, and they just do a flip-flop in the argument. And you're like, wait a second, you switched from nature to person. Which are we talking about, please? These heterodox people don't even read the Bible. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. Was God. He was with God in the beginning. Yeah, was God.
That's amazing. So let me ask. Do you believe that you are the only begotten Son of God? That
Me?
you are?
No, I'm not described that way. We're described as sons by adoption. He's the son by nature. So if you read John 1, it says that even when he was in the flesh walking around with us, it says that he was in the bosom of the Father at the same time. So I'm a son by adoption. He's a son by nature.
So you don't believe you're the
So you're black by adoption, Jay?
only begotten Son of God?
Are you black?
Jesus is the only begotten son.
Yeah.
We who are Christians who believe in him are sons by adoption, not by...
Yeah, only begotten. There's a reason they said only begotten. That's eternally begotten. That's unique. That's peculiar to Christ. Why is that peculiar to Christ? Because if God the Father, listen up, Unitarians, Metaphysics Mike, you hold that God the Father is eternally uncreated, and regardless of what you think of Christ, a father who's eternally a father needs eternally a son. Father of what? His own mind, his ideas. He's the father of ideas of a son. He's the father of an idea of a future son. He's not a father. Just like Muslims, by the way. This is why rejection of the Trinity has to lead you to God not being the Father. That's the consequence of rejecting the Trinity, by the way. You think the argument about the Trinity is whether or not Christ is God, and that's the focus. But the real defeater for the Unitarian is that the argument against the Trinity means God the Father's not a father. Congratulations, you're a sand Mormon.
By nature, by grace.
Do you believe you can do greater works than what Jesus did?
Well, he says that in the Gospels, meaning that the apostles will be able to do way more than he does.
H. Brazzi. He can say that. H. Brazzi's black.
Because there'll be many of them, whereas he was at one space and one time.
So you don't believe you can do greater works than what Christ did?
Not specifically, no.
He said you could. Why don't you believe that? You believe all that stuff about Mary and everything?
Well, Mary has gone on and she's deified. I'm not deified. So,
but why can't you do greater works, though? He said you can. He's like, don't worship me.
But did you hear what I said? He never says don't worship me.
Yeah.
Where?
In the Bible. He's like, greater works you can do than what I'm doing.
Okay, but...
Would God ever tell you that you could do greater works?
I still love him so much.
Than him?
Because he...
This is like Jay visiting his, like, old grandpa. And he's like, I didn't really want to, I want to talk about Scrabble and stuff and, maybe take you for a walk or something like that. I don't think I was going to be, debating my own grandpa. Do you even remember me? It's like...
Chose to be at one place and one time, walking around in Capernaum and Bethsaida and Jerusalem. He's saying to the apostles, because there's many of you, you will be able to go out and do many good works. That's what he means. He's not saying...
That's what
he's just a cool guy.
Well, if you want to combine it with the rest of the scriptures to make it make sense, that's what he has to mean, because he's not saying that a human being that's a creature can do greater than the Son of God. That's absurd. Jesus is the creator. Hebrews 1 says he is the creator of the world.
That's amazing.
So how could a creature be greater than the creator?
So let me ask, because of time, because I want to move on to
I know, he's great. I talked to him. I was on his show. Did you guys know that? A couple of years ago, I was on his show.
You believe in God? You believe in God?
Sure.
And you said you have anger. You believe in God. Why do you still have anger?
Well, what's the name of your show?
This show here? The Fallen State.
We're all in a fallen state. So as long as we're in this...
Oh, damn. Jay getting all threatening, cracking his knuckles? Bro. You're a gangster. You see that? Dude, I might need to see that in slow-mo. Jay, you don't have to... Dude, he's like 90. Maybe you are mean. I've actually never seen someone crack their knuckles, threatening the person who's interviewing them. Maybe I'll try to do that from now on.
Oh.
This show here? The Fallen State.
We're all in a fallen state. So as...
Dude, you're scary.
As long as we're in this life, we're...
Bro, you're scary. I'm doing that at the debate tomorrow. What's that, Peterson? Oh, you want to try to defend evolution against me? Fine.
Still going to be liable to sins, passions, and temptations. So at times, all of us, we believe, still fall into sins. We're not perfect in this life.
But Christ said that all of your sins have been forgiven.
Dude, how you black and you got violence mocked by Whitey J?
Wiped away. Why do you believe you still have them?
Well, you can still sin because he even says, even though you've been forgiven, if you don't forgive your brother, it will be accounted against you. So you still can sin and not be forgiven.
And do you forgive your brothers?
I just literally wasted all my cracks. That was like 10 years. Honestly, I don't crack my knuckles. Hell's in the chat. How can I do it? I can actually feel it. I feel how much was there and now it's gone. What a waste.
Why do you hold on to anger rather than just dropping it and be done with it? Because anger is evil. There's no love. It's the nature of the devil. And anyone that has anger is of the devil. How can you serve God and...
Thanks for the raid, dude.
The devil.
Well, what I said was, at times a person can give in to the temptation to be angry. I didn't say that I hold anger right now. So for us, if you look at James, James says that sin, when it gives birth to choosing in accord with the passions, he says, then it becomes evil. So we don't think that having a temptation to be evil, to be angry or something like that is sin. But sin is when you consent to something evil with your will. So everybody still, we would say, still has sin. John says, if any man says he has no sin, he is a liar. So,
yeah, the sin thing is crazy where people are like, well, if you accept Christ, your fundamental nature changes and you can't sin, right? Well, then you can't choose to do good either. Usually, you get caught in one of the, but you have to look at both sides of the hand. If you argue, like the Calvinists, let's say these people argue that you can't do, right, the evil person, it's their nature, so they're determined. They can't do otherwise. They got to be rescued by the irresistible grace of God. You are doing evil deterministically until God turns you into a marionette puppet. But the problem is, the same is true once he turns you into a marionette puppet. So if you can't do evil because you lack irresistible grace, you also can't do good because it's God doing good through you as a puppet. And the same here. If you start to argue that, like, okay, well, I declared myself to be Christian and saved, and therefore I can't do any harm. It's gone. The nature's gone. Well, that means your new nature, you can't choose to do good. It would be a byproduct of your very nature. Like God can't lie, right? Because of his very nature. Excuse me. God can't lie because of his very nature. This is what's so kind of broken about this. There is no free will after this, if this was true for you. If you were like, I'm saved, right? Always saved. It's all good. I can't do, like, it's impossible for me to sin. Yeah. Well, then it's impossible for you to do good. Your free will's gone.
So we all still sin.
And so sin is of the heart, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Sin means that anyone that has anger is evil, and they judge. They judge themselves. They judge other people. And that's what the sin is, playing God, because anyone that judges is playing God. As long as you play God, you can never know God. You know about him. You have ideas, but ideas about God is not knowing God or Christ.
Well,
why not drop your anger and be free?
Only God has free will anyway. Are you being facetious? I can't pick up on sarcasm anymore in my chat. Let's say you're not being facetious or sarcastic. Then we're not made in his image. So if only God has free will, then we're actually not made in his image. There is no culpability. There is no calling. There is no deontic. There is no sacrifice. And there's no worship from that perspective.
Because of the nature of the devil, why don't you drop it and be done with it?
Okay, first of all...
Yeah, you're honest, but you just got refuted, though, in like 7 seconds. If you think that only God has free will, the ability to act, the ability to animate his person, then we're not made in God's image.
Jesus says to judge with righteous judgment in John 7:24, so it's not all...
There's only theater? Well, no, you don't have access to knowledge to say there's only theater. So it doesn't just apply to your actions, but it applies to your thinking too. So if you think only God has free will and he didn't give us free will, then you don't have a fall. There was no fall because there was no sin. Further, your own thinking, you pursuing and arguing and making statements would only be theater too. That means knowledge isn't possible from your view, Daniel. So you're here in a performative contradiction, making claims that you think are true from a system that you can't have truth or knowledge because you're just a mechanism. There is no acting on any will. You're just a determined theater puppet. All right. Well, then you can't know that you're a determined theater puppet then.
Always wrong to make a judgment or an assessment, but if you judge when you have the same sin, then it's like being a Pharisee or being a hypocrite. And again, David says, be angry and sin not. So it's not always wrong merely to have anger, but to let that anger go out of accord with what's in line with God's law. If you were to hate your brother or something like that, and it's not righteous anger, then that's a sin. But sin is not a state of being. It's an action.
So is your heart of evil or love?
Again, it's not either or, because everybody is liable to.
See, this is another thing where you have to distinguish what something is versus the person. So when we say that's an evil person, we're colloquially saying something, but we're not saying that their very nature, that's impossible for them to be redeemed. Their very nature determines that they're evil ontologically. No, we're not saying that in the sense when we say something like that. And so when this is this like weird dialectic where it's like, oh, people are evil, or that's evil, or you have an evil heart. It's like, no, when you frame something as a what, and then you're declaring the nature of the what, then you're making a claim about what's possible about that nature. And so our person is always proper to our nature. If you took this approach, this like pseudo, it's weird because it's like a Unitarian, but he's taking like sort of like a depravity tulip position. It's a very weird mixture here. Jesse Lee Peterson. He has this like total depravity position, but also denies Christ's divinity. And it's very clear when people speak that they constantly conflate or make equal person and nature. Person and nature. If our nature is just good, like we can't do otherwise, like we're just determined bad or good, then there's no There's no place you can take it, right?
If you have
It's up. All right, thanks.
a dirty thought, like that's a sin that you consent to, but it doesn't mean that your whole person or your whole being is evil. Evil doesn't have being.
Do you believe that it's possible to have perfect peace on earth while you live?
In a relative sense, but that doesn't mean that you're never going to have some even small sins.
So you do believe you can have perfect peace, or you don't?
Again, with qualification. I don't know what you mean by
That's true if true would mean something. What do you mean mean something? All right, what happened? Did I spin your head too fast?
a perfect peace. Do you mean like
I'll take that as a concession.
perfect sinlessness?
Do you have perfect peace?
Well, peace is like the presence of the Holy Spirit.
Do you have Reese's Pieces? Reese's Peace on earth.
Giving you comfort. That doesn't necessarily mean that you're perfectly sanctified. So is that what you mean? Like never sinning? Is that what you mean?
No, I'm asking about peace. Do you have peace?
I currently don't have peace. You know why? Because we have 7 minutes and we have 8 more on this goal. Unbelievable. Here I thought I was providing value and humor and insight. Unbelievable. It's my own pride.
I think so at times, you know.
Why don't you have it all the time, no matter
Because
what happens?
we're in the fallen state.
But Christ said you can have it, because he said any person with
Yeah, you can have future peace. You can have it.
anger, he said man being a woman too. He said any person with anger is evil, and you should not trust an angry person.
Okay, but where is that? I've never heard this verse.
Yeah, it's in the word.
Where?
I don't know, it's somewhere in there.
Okay.
It's in there, over here.
Okay.
And so if he said that
Is he taking his cues from Ted Cruz?
anyone that has anger is a murderer, and you should not trust an angry
it says
person.
hating. No, John says to hate your brother in your heart is the same as being a murderer.
No, I'm
That's
talking
not
about what
anger.
Jesus said. Jesus said anyone that has anger is
You said there's no truth from your perspective. No, I said you don't have access to it. You don't have access to knowledge or truth because, from your view, you're purely a deterministic mechanism. So you can't really you can't make a claim about anything from if your worldview was the case. So there's no purpose in you being here. Honestly, it doesn't make any sense. He seems very moisturized. Thank you, Austin. Appreciate you. You guys are always relying on Austin.
a murderer, and you should not trust an angry person. Have you noticed you can't
He
trust
says
angry
if you're
people?
angry with
Yeah. I'm getting too old for this shit.
your brother without a cause, you are liable to the judgment.
No, that's not what Jesus said.
Yes, it is. That's what the Beatitudes say.
Have you read where he said that anyone with anger is a murderer, and you cannot trust an angry person?
No, I've never read that.
You got to read it.
Well, John says in 1 John that if you hate your brother, you're a murderer in your heart. And Jesus says anyone who's angry with his brother without a cause is liable to the judgment. So that's the Beatitudes. So I'm not sure what you're referring to.
That's amazing. If you can have perfect peace on earth, would you accept it?
Sure.
You would?
Sure.
Why you pause?
Well, Jay's trying to figure out what you mean, like peace on earth in a utopian sense, regardless of what it requires to peace on. What are we talking about? Are we talking about Coca-Cola's vision? I mean, what are we? That's why he's really good at asking questions. You think they're this is stupid. His questions are sharp enough where you have to think about them, but they're broad enough that you don't know if it's a trap. What do you mean? Peace on earth in a weird liberal sense? Like kumbaya?
Because it's a bizarre question.
It is? Why is that a bizarre question?
It's bizarre because I've never been asked that question, and I'm also trying to figure out what you mean by it. So.
All right. Oh, okay. And so if you can have perfect peace on earth, why you live?
Mm-hmm. For instance, annihilating all human beings would technically be peace on earth. No, it still wouldn't be, though. If you included animals, Basically, annihilating all life would be peace on Earth as an object. Earth. So it doesn't make sense. Up, Jason coming in. See, I don't want to rely on this, Jason. You know, there's other people here who use the streets and the Jordandian toilets and the payphones. You know, and there's stoplights and there's a garbage pickup. And here comes Jason saving the day. Here I come to save the day. Thank you so much. W's in the chat, especially those who know you're relying on Jason for your support. Appreciate you, man. Cue the drums. Yeah, cue the drums. W, Jason, W. W, sir. He doesn't. That's why it's such a good show. He's lucky. He just gets to ask people questions the entire time and talk none. You know what this is close to? Do you know the vibe of this show is? In fact, I think this show existed before it. This, Zach Galifianakis stole this from Jesse Lee Peterson. Now he's not as funny, like he's not comedy minded like the Bagel Boy, Galifianakis, but it's the same kind of feel, isn't it? Big shout out to Jason. I really appreciate you, man. My Jortax, no reliance here. Thank you so much, H-Strom, Townstrom. Doesn't it feel like that? It's not just the stage. There's something about the interaction that's very much between two ferns.
You would accept it?
In my own personal life.
Yeah, in your own personal life.
Jay and Jesse should both do a show that's like Between Two Ferns, but it's called Between Two Blacks.
Where you can never, ever, ever.
No, he's
ever
funny. No, he's funny.
Be affected by.
He's funny, but he's not funny because he's comedically minded. He's funny just because of how he is, but he's not funny because he's like, I study comedy. You know what I mean?
Anything or anyone. Would you accept perfect peace?
I guess.
You're not sure?
I guess this is a weird question.
What?
Never be affected by anyone. So, like my wife, like if she kisses me or like I don't feel any affections or what, like you said, not affected at all.
You wouldn't be affected by anyone for any reason at any time. Mm-hmm. So, would you have perfect peace? Accept perfect peace?
So it is a weird question.
If you could have it.
I guess.
The thing is, like, under the Orthodox paradigm, a perfect peace, like, total orientation toward God, like an eschatological, word's the worst, eschatological view or something like this, like, he's asking Jay to adopt a view on perfect peace that's earthly. You know? It's like it is a weird question because you have to formulate what perfect peace is in a temporal world that's fallen. That view doesn't really exist in the way you would normally hold it, right? But you have to play the game, right? You don't want to you don't want to lag the conversation down and just like go too deep into it, right? So Jay's like kind of like, okay, I'll just
not sure
deal with
You're
this.
You're not sure.
I'm not sure.
Oh, so you really don't want perfect peace then?
There's ambiguity in the terms, so I don't know what you mean.
I'm black. And slow. What does ambiguity mean?
But I'm black and slow too, because I identify as that. I get away with more. So.
What does that mean?
What is what?
Ambiguity.
It's unclear.
Did you just say ambiguity? Dude, I'm going to use that now. So when you guys, and if some atheist is, equivocating or being a little bit nebulous, I need this as a clip now.
In the terms, so I don't know what you mean.
I'm black. And slow. What does ambiguity mean?
But I'm black.
What is ambiguity?
And slow too, because I identify as that. I get away with more. So.
What does that mean?
What is what?
Ambiguity.
Dude. I mean, I don't want to laugh at him, but he obviously has some kind of... Oh. But is it wrong that I'm gonna have that as a Stream Deck asset or what? Like, guys, sometimes I don't know when I'm crossing a line, okay? Sometimes I don't know. Speaking of, yesterday, my daughter plays volleyball. She plays with who was once pretty famous football player. I won't say the name. Football player's daughter plays with my daughter. At the end of volleyball, it's parents versus kids. It's my favorite thing because the parents were ruthless. Most of us, like, at least half of us are athletes. And so I'm just like, you're the opponents. You know, yeah, you're 9-year-olds, but you're the opponents. And so what happened is someone set up a set for me, and I couldn't control myself. I spiked it. And it hit the famous football player's daughter, like, you know, like the stomach. She was there with her hands. You know, she didn't cry or anything, but I, like, crossed the line. But it didn't occur to me that I crossed the line because I was still like, dude, that was a nasty spike, guys. And Meg Bob is actually sitting next to this guy up on the bleachers. And he doesn't know that she's my wife. And he's all, man, motherfucker, trying to take out my daughter and shit. Give my daughter a concussion. I'm going to come after you, bitch. And Megan's like, I look back at Megan. I was like, do you see my spike? And she's like, I'm like, what? Did you guys see how awesome that was? And then I finally, like, all of my endorphins went away from the glory of the spike. Just a slight feeling of being young again and being able to do something like that was gone. Then I was like, I was embarrassed. I was like, man, I crossed the social line today. So I climbed up on the bleachers and I apologized to him and his wife. And he gave me a fist bump because he's black. And he was all, yeah, I know, dog. I know you're just feeling young again. I know you couldn't control it. I'm like, yeah, that's what it was. That's what it was. I'm sorry. I'm glad it didn't hit her in the face. That would have been a problem. I would have been in the news, not as the victor. I would have been sued by an already rich person. Here, Jim Bob got sued by an NFL player? What? No, what? What did he do? Did he say something racist to him? No, he volleyball spiked his daughter. What? I need to be, you know, when I go out in public, I need to be a little more ambiguous.
It's unclear.
That was a good spike. Sick. Really good. Really good. Like, I think the angle is like, it was down. It was gnarly.
Oh.
It's vague.
You want me to make it clear?
Uh-huh.
Okay. If you...
Well, repeating the words isn't going to make it clear. I understand the words,
Ambiguous.
but the words are vague. So when you say perfect peace and then you say nothing would affect you, like, well, I want some things to affect me. Like, I want to be able to feel emotions towards my wife.
Yeah,
or
would
towards
have
my
crushed
friend.
us.
Those emotions are good. They're not bad.
There's nothing good about emotions.
Well, then why did God give us emotions?
God did not give you emotions.
Get
Where do
wrecked.
they come from?
Satan.
Satan can give you emotions?
All angry people have emotions. They're
What about a good
very
emotion?
emotional. They're up one day and down one day.
Okay.
They're happy one day and they're
Okay.
hate. They
Do you
love
believe God
one-
created? Did God create
They
everything?
love you one day and then
Okay.
they hate you one day. That's not from God. That's not love.
Okay. But do you think God created everything?
I know He did.
Okay. Then He
But
created
He didn't
emotions.
create.
Then He created emotions.
No.
Then He didn't create everything.
Right. And the emotions come from Satan.
It's like arguing is not going to do it. Basic logic, you just, I got to credit Jay. Like, in this circumstance, just having more fun with him is the way to go. Like, catching contradictions, you know, you can't get frustrated with Jesse Lee Peterson. Why? Because Jay's just visiting his his black grandpa in the old person's home. You know, you're being very ambiguous.
But you said God created everything. That would
But I didn't
include
know you meant
emotions.
emotions.
Well, that's everything.
Well, his God's love is a dispassionate love. It's a
He's exasperated.
non-emotional love.
He's doing
Satan's
good.
love
This is good.
is
This is good for Jay to like sit. You have to sit through this.
the emotional
Okay, I
love.
see what you're saying.
Yeah.
So we don't believe that dispassionate means not having emotions, because emotions are good for us. But they have to be channeled and kept within
knows
the
the
bounds
deal.
of
He
what's
knows the
sin. So,
deal.
for example, in our view, it's not always wrong to be angry, but to be angry without cause is what is the sin. So it's
That's
not.
what they teach you at their church, at your.
James says that it's not the concupiscence or the passions that are evil, but it's when
Yeah, dude. If I can't say a posteriori,
they give birth to sin that makes them evil. That's our view.
So if you can have perfect.
no, I missed her face, but kind of her stomach. She almost returned it though. She was unfazed, by the way. It's more the parents were phased. They were like,
peace right now and never get angry again. Speak up and deal with life, but never get angry. No one can make you feel good. You know how when your wife want to control you, she say all nice things to you. Oh, honey, I love you. You're such a good man, right? Oh, honey, I love you. And then you
What
feel
that
good.
is.
And the moment you're feeling good, she said, well, there's a sale going on at Sears. I want to get this hat over at Sears. You're like, no, we can't afford that hat. And then that I love you, honey, go to I hate you. You.
That's hilarious. Well, you guys should watch that whole thing. I'm gonna drown you in it. I assume all my opposition left, got up out of here. I want to play a preview for you guys, just so you guys know what's going on Ortho Thugs tonight. Please not be a gun. Please no guns. Please. 18 minutes ago? Wait, okay, yeah. Let me preview it, because you never know. Okay, it's good. I was gonna say, like, I don't wanna do the thing again where I ruin my whole live stream. All right, here it is. Here's the preview for tonight's show over at Ortho Thugs at 5 p.m. Mountain Standard Time, 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. It's called Heel Tony.
I can't make you understand and that's why we don't have a word for the spiritual, societal, and cultural emptiness that is hollowing us out.
All right, make your way out there, y'all. Ortho Thugs, go give us a follow. Make sure you're there. Yeah, and it is what it sounds like. It's a ripoff of Kill Tony, but it's better. You know why? Because we don't rely on retarded people who can't walk or talk. You, too, can jump in the back and give a minute of your own creativity. Could be comedy, could be music. You can sing us a song. No toy guns or any weapons. Nothing gross. Nothing pornographic. Nothing like this. No TOS. Good old-fashioned, wholesome humor and whatever. And you get a minute to try to heal Tony. Because obviously the guy's broken. Broke. And... Right? Right? Wait, is that the thing? Did I do that right? He's like, what? Oh, just try to make him laugh. Sorry. I added all that other stuff. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I think I read into all of this. Yeah. No, it's a show where you just try to make Tony laugh, but there's me and another co-host there. And that's pretty much it. That's what it is. All that other stuff that I added, I guess I added more stuff. I'm going to lock myself in the bathroom away from the kids to watch Ortho Thugs. You should. It's going to be great. It's going to be great. It's going to be a fun time. It's like, think of it like this. Imagine Tony being given the keys to like a network, like spot, like a primetime spot, and they're like, Tony, you can make a show. And he's like, can I do what I want to do? And they're like, yeah. So just keep that in mind. So I'm excited about that. What else did I have on the menu today? 1:53, almost 2 o'clock. What's going on over? I'm so sick of X. I'm just so sick of it. I hate it. I just hate it. $11 o'clock news, yeah. Mm-hmm. Would you watch Atheist Morality versus Divine Command? Who wins? Well, I mean, that sounds boring as hell, but, you know, unless you're a sued like me. Generally speaking, it's like, oh, gosh, we have to stop. Please. Atheists are just so irrelevant. You hear that, atheist? You're irrelevant. Yeah, I have one coming up tomorrow. I debate Planet Peterson at 7 p.m. Mountain Standard Time. Right here, you can watch it. Hosted by and moderated by James over at Modern Day Debate. Apparently, Planet Peterson saw my tour annihilation of evolution against all these smarty pants people who are supposed to be evolutionary biologists. They're supposed to do all the good stuff, right? Wreck the theists, wreck Jim Bob. And they didn't. And now he's like, I got to clean up. He basically has to clean up the mess. But I don't think he's in a good spot. Why? I told you guys at the beginning of the stream. Saw a little email from, and honestly, maybe this is a little bit tactless on my part, but I don't care. Saw an email from James, the moderator. He's like, hey, Peterson wants you to send him all the questions you're going to ask him in advance. What? I'm sorry. You want me to send you the test questions in advance? What are we doing? What are we doing here? Why would I do that? I'm sorry. Could you just tell him I have a clarifying question about that? Why would I do that? Now, keep in mind, if there was like, I don't know, a debate and it was like two established scientists, and they were like nerding out, and there was going to be a panel, and maybe they would exchange documents at least. You wouldn't give the cross exam. You would just give them maybe the information that you're going to present, and they could look over it. But no, dude. No. If those 9 years can't stand the heat, they have to stay out of the kitchen. I agree. It's only fair.
Saying what about when you were like, it's like Kill Tony, except we don't have a bunch of retards. So I was like, I was just saying what about...
Oh, you said what? Yeah. No, it is. It's going to be like Kill Tony, except there's just not going to be a bunch of handicapped people that you can't understand what they're saying, and you pretend to clap because they said something good, and really you're just clapping because you think you feel bad for them, but you can't make out what they're saying. And you have Tony Hinchcliffe looking at you with his big teeth and his weird ears going, yeah, you guys got to clap for the retarded guy. Why? Because we don't understand what he's saying. Isn't that nice? What are you guys doing over there? Is he scared? I don't know if he's scared. He's not. Maybe he's not prepared. He should be. All you have to do is watch all of my debates on evolution, and you'll get exactly what I'm going to do. I never do anything different. My it's all out there, dude. Maybe we thought there was any chance is to be good faith as possible and genuinely attempt to answer your questions. No, I don't believe that. That's how it was set up. It was like, well, Peterson really wants to get in depth with this. He really wants to get in depth. So could you give him the questions? I don't think so. I don't believe that. No, I'm not being mean against the people who can't talk, Tony. No, it's the opposite. Kill Tony and company are mean for further mocking these people and lying to them by wheeling them up a ramp on a stage and pretending that that's not going to affect the show or the comedy and people's perception of like what they should clap or laugh about. It's like when people do engagements at a baseball arena or whatever in front of everyone. It's like you're gaslighting the audience to clap out of pity, and now you can't separate what's funny and what's pity. It's mean. Kill Tony. He's mean. I'm not mean. Yeah, they're mean for doing it. Absolutely. Total manipulation. Oh, we're gonna force the audience to awkwardly sit there. Seriously, dude. I'm not even mocking the person. Just to give you a sense. I won't do the motions, okay? I won't do this part. But seriously, if you listen to one of these things, you can't make sense of what they're saying. And then, Tony Hinchcliffe is like, amazing. You're like, what? Really? Roast comedy's the highest form. Yeah, when roast comedy's done good. They do some decent roasts there. I think inevitably tonight is going to end up in roasts, but honestly, we're not going to bully. Well, I just kind of am a type of kind of a bully. I just kind of am a bully. But I hope we get some people up, right? A minute of your time trying to make Tony laugh, do something creative. Don't leave us hanging. Please don't leave us hanging. When he first started, yeah, everything got a little bad. It's really gross. It gets gross too. It's really weird what Kill Tony does now, the Tony Hinchcliffe guy. Like, that moment after the person does their minute, however they did, no matter what, that's usually the awkward moment where they bomb or something. But it's like, it got to the point now where I'm trying to watch it and be like, oh, maybe someone will make me laugh and I'll have like a new joy for comedy again. And the first, the first question is like, tell us about how you have sex with your girlfriend. What do you guys do? Where do you go? What positions is it? Tell us. You're like, hey, freaks. Did you know that's not a normal thing to ask anybody? Oh, hey, you did a great 1 minute. Tony Hinchcliffe is all, you did a great minute. Tell us about yourself. Tell us about yourself. Were you ever raped? You're like, dude, chill. It's like it turns into this thing where you're just trying to pull the worst out of people, pull the worst of their past out of them. Just it's just awkwardly there. You're not trying to heal anything. You just want it out. See what we did? So, literally 2 days ago is 90 degrees, and now it's snowing. So, tell us what's in your drawers in your bedroom. Freak. You freak. They're rich from delivering pure trash. Yeah. It sucks. It's just gross. They just do gross stuff. Yeah. I kind of actually want it now that I'm in contrast to Kill Tony. Tony! I kind of want to watch it again, the preview.
Huh? I can't make people understand. And that's why we don't have a word for the spiritual, societal, and cultural emptiness that is hollowing us out. Alright, maybe we can't make it understandable for us. It's like we're having an entirely different spirit and thinking psychological. Almost every white man who sees people is dying. You're Tony Hinchcliffe, I can't tell.
Hinchcliffe.
Are they dissing Tony Hinchcliffe,
Hinchcliffe.
or are they dissing me?
We're dissing Tony Hinchcliffe. I think I mean, my chat doesn't really diss you, Tony. I mean, they keep their distance from you. They pray for you. They get as many laughs in until they have to worry. We love you. You know? I mean, worrying about you isn't a diss. I don't know why you think, just because everyone worries about you, that you think it's a diss. You know? So... it's just unraveling madness. You know? It's not a big deal. It's not actually a big deal. You'll have a little bit of unraveled madness, Tony. I tried to get you out to the cabin, but you didn't respond to my emails. Maybe you thought, this couldn't be the case. It's too good to be true. This email says, thetuckycarlson@gmail.com. You probably thought, this is totally a troll. It's actually a real email to one hello listener. You kind of gave me the cold shoulder there. I wanted to ask you about your doggies. well, I want to talk about society and orthodoxy and, this fallen state where I actually want to talk about your doggies. I want to talk about your other channel, Music for... I want to talk about a channel you launched recently. What, Orthothugs? No, dog music. I want to talk about doggy music. Imagine Tony on Tucky. That would be crazy. I think that's the missing thing here is like everyone's like, oh, it makes sense. You put like super notoriety, relevant, highest tier relevant people on. I think all of these big places are missing out. They're doing it the wrong way. Like it wouldn't work right off the bat to get a quote nobody. No, Tony, I'm not making fun of you. I would be a nobody. 2. But I think they're just doing it wrong. I think they're supposed to have like Tucky's supposed to have Nathan Rager on. You know what I mean? Like these big podcasts are supposed to have like sort of like they're not just totally like lay nobody, like a bus driver. Not like that. No, they're like somebody but still nobody. They're missing a whole plethora of subcategory of like quote influencers or talking heads that are so unique and interesting, but they're off the radar. They should call it Off the Radar with Tucky Carlson. And I'm actually sick of looking at that pig face Ted Cruz. The guy has literal hooves coming out of his hands. Dirty little pig, Zionist pig. You know what I'm saying? Like there's so much more to show. And they're just like, no, I mean, he's famous, right? And this guy knows somebody. He has a big company. It's like it's all old. Like it's like being recycled. It's not old. It's like, I can't explain the word. I don't know the word for it. You guys know what I mean, right? Like it's incestual or something. Like it never breaks. It never breaks to the other things going on. I don't know. I don't know how to explain it. I actually know what you mean. Don't worry about it. Sometimes you don't have the right words to describe things, but I think that concept got through. And I'll consider it. I'll actually consider having a nobody on. Sounds like a good idea, considering everyone's pretty tired of somebody. I want to talk about doggies. Yeah, there's something stagnant, like pond scummy about it. It's just like, okay. But maybe there's just not enough at that lower level. Maybe there's not enough to choose from. And it's not about like, elevating someone, like doing an overnight introduction to the bigger world of things. It's more like there's like a subculture that's very active, but it would actually be the juxtaposition. It's not about elevating them up to notoriety. It's about the juxtaposition of no notoriety presented through the format of, oh, we're expecting notoriety, but it's not quite there. So it's like, you're off the radar. Randall says for $5 buckaroos, real talk, 27, low paying job, 21 an hour, plus debt, still figuring out a career, feel lost, Orthodox. You're Orthodox, want to marry, but it feels impossible. It's not impossible. I get, maybe, I don't know, if you're trying to find a wife who's Orthodox, the parish size would help if you went to a larger parish. I go to a pretty big parish, but also you can convert women, you know. definitely can convert women. So I'm not sure I'm not really the advice person, but, let's all pray for Randall that the right woman steps into his life and that you make her Orthodox. You're doing better than a lot of people. Maybe just give him questions in advance. I could give him, you know what I could give him? I can give him topics, like where I'm going to be asking topics, but not the questions. Nothing's impossible. It's just improbable. You know what it is? You know what it is? I guess my advice is just be prepared for life to never work out the way you think it should and expect it should. Oh, what's your advice? Well, just be prepared for shattered ideals and a dissatisfaction with the need to overcome it by attending liturgy and healing yourself weekly, only to face some of the same problems, spiritual, logistical, monetary, on Monday. Maybe move. Yeah, you can move. I mean, there's an advantage to being single without feet in the ground. There's an advantage. You could actually go places and plant you could choose to plant your feet somewhere. A lot of us, I mean, the good news is, how old are you? 21? No, that's your pay. 27, okay. Still in there. Man, think about it. Like, you're 27 and you found Orthodoxy already? Man. You're 27. Yeah, you're in a good spot. You could start having kids early. You don't have to go through that whole wasted, I have to go through my 30s and, but do a bunch of stupid things and then I'll settle down. You got a jump start. Lucky. Dude, I didn't find Orthodoxy even peripherally until I was like 40. It's crazy. Plenty of jobs and trades. Yeah, totally. Yeah. Them trades ain't going nowhere. Unless you're in India, where there is no plumbing. Shout out to Vagine. Give fake questions to divert. I don't know. I really shouldn't give him anything. It's like, you're the one supposed to be telling me what evolution is. It's like, why? I don't get it. You're heading to India? Don't do that. Don't do that. Megan, we're watching we've been watching really bad movies like Thrash. It's like a really bad shark movie. And then it seems like it was made by the same person, called Beast. It's just Thrash, but with a lion. And it's based in Africa. And Megan was like, would you rather go to Africa or India if you had to? I think I paused for like at least 35 seconds. I was like, what? And I realized it's Africa. I would go to Africa. Because you can go to definitely parts of Africa, South Africa, where, it's pretty westernized. India? No. Never. Never. I'll never go. I'll never be there. I wouldn't. The only way I'd go to India is if for some reason my own child went to India and they were like stuck there and something legal happened or some weird scenario. Plus $1 million. Oh, the trades. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Tanzania already sounds terrible. Just the name. Oh, wait, there was a movie in that where there were 2 killer lions. I don't know how many there are. We didn't get through it, but we like bad movies now. I like bad movies. I think people figured out the Sharknado thing, and I thought of a new one, Sharkano, and they're like these freakish lava sharks. Sharkano. Oh, Vagine.
Username, Kendrarian. I'm not super good at off-the-cuff comedy, but I have an old joke my grandfather told me when I was a kid. It's called A Zebra's Trip to Heaven, The Stripes Dilemma. Have you heard this one before? If
No.
not, I'll use it on Heel Tony.
Do it. Yeah, bring it, guys. Bring it. Be there. Heel Tony, 5 p.m. Mountain Standard Time. Ortho Thugs. Just for more info for people, the chat, there's thousands of people of wait lists for the trades in my area. Yeah, you got to get out of there, Randall. You just got to get out of the area. You know what I'm saying? Someone asked me, habitually people, at least once a month, someone is in some bizarre place. And it's not about finance, it's about church. And they're like, the nearest church is like 2 hours away and this and that. I recommend answering this. If anyone asks you this, your go-to feeling is to go, oh, well, maybe, I don't know, call the local one, see if sometimes priests actually come to actually travel to do things. There's missions and whatnot, but the straight up answer is move. And they're so taken back by it, but you never think to just say it, right? Oh, what should I do? The nearest Orthodox church is 2 hours, 6 hours away. Is there any other way around this? You just straight up say move. Sounds crazy, right? You move for a job, right? People move for a job, but they don't move to be part of the true church. That's wild. I'm not saying it's not a valid experience to be like, that's hard. Like, it's not that easy. I know it's not that easy. But it's a strange priority disparity. Where almost anybody who says, I moved for a job, you're like, oh yeah, no, totally. You move your whole family for all their friends and their stability and their house and everything they know just for your job. No, it makes sense. Totally. Will you move for a church? No, I can't do that. I mean, kids are settled in and they have friends here. And you mean all the things that you left for your job? Yeah, but it's different. It's a bit different. Drive a few hours. Yeah, well, that's an easier thing to drive. But in the end, if you'll end up moving anyway. Because if you're driving that far, like we have a parishioner who drives about an hour and 25 minutes every time. Some of them more, probably. Roar, that sounds great. Nice. You're going to meet your future wife in Montanica? I was almost going to go, you guys. Father Deacon Ananias had me on the ropes. But it's this other thing I have to take a whole week off to do, and I'm more than happy to do it. But I'm going to be learning iconography, so Can't do like double week trips away. Like it's, you know what I mean? Gotta do one at a time. I'm gonna buy a Russian Orthodox bride off the internet. I don't know if they have that. Oh, you didn't write Orthodox. Fair enough. That's what I would do with FU money. I would just buy churches. There's this little cute Methodist one in my little town. It's old, really old. And I'm just like, oh, I would love to convert that. I would love it. You want to learn? You can do it. You can learn. I don't know, iconographers, so, you know, that tradition is going to need to maintain itself too. We can't have like robot iconography or AI iconography. I'm still pumped about making jewelry again. I have so many like beautiful Orthodox themed ideas. Before, jewelry is so frivolous and silly to me. I'm like, okay, I get it. You want to buy a diamond, that's the culture. There's nice things. Metalsmithing's fun. It's a good skill to have. But I never had a connection to anything I've ever made. Ever. Except for Meg Bob's engagement ring. But everything I'm making, like all that stuff, it's like, okay, cool. That's an object. But now I'm actually wondering, like, I wonder if my experience of jewelry making will change. I think it will, because of the Orthodox lens. I think it'll change the way I even experience making stuff. Care to tell us some of Megan's social views? She was repulsed by other groups like us. She does have an aversion to any. I share this though too. Any, especially the countries that end in "an." We like if it even shows up in like a show we're watching, we're like, oh. But beyond that, nah. No. She doesn't really care enough. You know, I like a good woman with no social views. You know what I'm saying? I like a woman when you look at her and you tell her some sort of geopolitical problem or political issue, she just stares right through you. Says, I think I want a coffee. That's my babe. That's what a man needs. That's what I'm talking about. It's easier for her too. You know how thankful she is? I'm grateful that I'm never expecting her to like match some sort of like intellectual acumen or whatever. We're talking about stuff. Like I don't get like upset. Oh, you're not listening to me. I'm trying to teach you the essence energy. She's like, shut up. Not a dude. Just trying to get the kids to bed. Trying to tell me about this thing. Stop. Each piece is a product of the process, the same with all my drawings. Yeah. You're just kind of like in this, oh, I'll make this. Especially if you work for someone. I work for these Mormons. Great people. The best job I ever had as far as working for somebody. But you're just like a machine. You get down in your little bench. You're in your own spot. You got everything. You got your tools. You got your setup. You got your microscope for setting. You got your flame. It's great. You get into it. Put on some headphones. Listen to everything. But you're just going like a monkey. But making stuff, that's working for somebody. Making something, you got to have more when you're making something. Yes, your prospective wife is not an intellectual sparring partner. Yeah. So when you look at the novel, the exceptions of women who are out there, you know, who know stuff, who can argue and all this stuff, that they're not your standard. That's not the thing you're looking for. That's an exception. I like me a woman who calls other people slurs. Oh, you're also a graphic designer, yeah. Well, Justin, I mean, I don't know the process for you. It's like, it's possible, isn't it? Or is it one of those things, Justin, that if you swap out, if you're able to move away from your graphic design position and you were to do full iconography, does that change your experience of iconography? Because it seems like a cliche that I hear that I don't actually buy. Maybe I buy it in some cases, but it's like, generally speaking, I don't buy that. If your skill and your passion and your love for some creative thing, and let's say it's sacred and precious, I don't fully buy that if you suddenly get compensated for it, that it has to change your view on it or your experience of it. It might add something that maybe you shouldn't be managing to begin with, which is like I don't know, like, you know, the crap of customer service and all this like stuff. Like, if you didn't have to do that, but you could make that, you know, like sustain yourself. A lot of artistic people have this notion, it seems to be very popular, probably because it does actually happen, where you move from having a passion and then suddenly it becomes a business and you're like, oh, I miss when it was a passion. Now it's so businessy and now it's so sterile. I don't know if that has to happen. I don't know. I don't think it's true that it has to happen. I think that it does because people stop generating themselves. They stop doing the things that make it special. They just become like a cog. But I think if I painted churches, I think I would be in heaven. Yeah, well, that's going to be needed too. In fact, there's an older gentleman who provided all the iconography inside of my parish, and it's a lot. Like, I think we're pretty close to having every single facet covered. He's getting old, and he wants to retire. So I assume, especially in that tradition, there's going to be a lot of people perhaps retiring and a big gap between the generations, perhaps. I don't know. That seems to be the case with a lot of things recently. Yo, Jim Bob, my wife strongly dislikes you. Well, I mean, why should she like me anyway? I mean, you know what I mean? She shouldn't even be listening to me. Doesn't have to happen. The problem is relying on an art for sustenance. If you need to produce art to eat, you're not doing it because, yeah, there's that weird moment where you're like, now your mind changes to like, oh, I have to. It's like a weird, desperate thing that's the start of your creativity. Yeah, that makes sense. Me and my family commute 2 hours each way to our parish. The only reason we haven't moved closer is because there is opportunities to build an Orthodox presence where we are. Yeah. That's actually the hardest thing, thinking about, like, you know, because my state, as far as politics, it's a horror show. In fact, I just saw something that was horrifying. I didn't even want to talk about it. But my state, Colorado, is the most lenient, in a sense, lenient to the extent of like almost pro defense of like pedo. Like the justice system and the way it works in Colorado is like, it's literally, it's like permissive. But then you're like, well, where do I leave? But it's like, I am in my parish. Like I'm bonded. It's not so easy to just leave a parish. My wife likes you and Megbob. Thank you. Thank you. See, if someone says they don't like me, I don't even ask why anymore. You know? I could play bingo at this point. I think I'm going to do some graphic books and other Orthodox things. Just have to find the time. Time is the hardest thing. Yeah, it is. Oh, yeah, the worst governor ever. Despicable. Apparently, Candy Owens started going after some Republican who's making waves here. I don't know why she went after him. Who knows? She probably thinks he killed Charlie Kirk or something. But it's giving him all of this FaceTime, which made me wonder if Candace Owens at this point is like a play-to-pay asset where you pay her to go after people to then elevate their status. Is that a thing? Is there a market for that? We're like, hey, can you completely go after this person and make them the enemy really quick in a successive podcast, please? Okay. This person, I think it's totally strange that Erica Kirk, was in Israel at the same time as Netanyahu and Charlie Kirk. At the same time, purchased the people, that's the other thing, is like where you are, if it's starting to decay, you don't know whether you're supposed to stay and fight or leave. If you leave, it erodes more. That's why I think about Dearborn, Michigan, and I'm like, you can't vote that away. You can't vote that phenomenon away. But then it's like, it makes sense to leave. Oh, I'm leaving here. This is terrible. I don't want to be around these people. Yeah, that makes sense. But then it's like, that grows then. So what do? You get rid of democracy. I'm going to go, yeah, you should. You should have her go after me. Okay. Anyway, who's live? I'm tired of hearing myself, and I have to rest my voice for tonight. It's 2:30. We have 2.5 hours until we're right back at Ortho Thugs. Go follow Ortho Thugs. The first Heel Tony tonight, 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Show up. Click the link. Do 1 minute. Try to heal Tony, his internal. Try to make him laugh. What's up, Hasbar? Try to make him laugh. Time to see the dentist. I might straighten these teeth. You guys think I have pretty good teeth? I have an overbite. Like, not an overbite. I have these two chiclet teeth. They push out. They're forward. You don't have to get braces anymore if you want to straighten your teeth. I know it's very vain and gay to talk about, but the tech they have now, you just, you wear like a thing. And I already wear, Christo's fake teeth around the house normally, so I'm already basically doing the work. I'm going to ask the dentist, hey, can I do an Invisalign, but you make the Invisalign themselves fake Christo teeth? He's going to be like, what is wrong with you? What is wrong with you, dude? It's not $235, it's $435. Oh, sorry. Sorry about that. Wait, it's... Oh, yeah. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, it's 2:36 for me. Nice, Kelly. Saw it coming. Nice. Nicely done. Retainer... I know. That's the part I can't conceive doing, where it's like, well, you need at least like 19 hours of it a day. I'm like, I talk for 5 hours. Am I going to have one of those stupid lisps? Oh, look at this atheist. Oh my gosh. I can't believe these people think this. I can't listen to this guy. Listen to this guy. This is unbelievable. So you came from a whale. So you're saying that we were fish? You're actually saying we were fish. This is insane. This is insane. So anyway, catch me on Ortho Sugs. I'll be we're going to be Heal Tony on Fridays, but the following is normal Ortho Sugs. And we're going to launch Scud. And so I have a couple of debates coming up. Improve my viewership, you think? I don't think so. I don't know about that. I don't know about that. I don't actually know about that. I don't know about that. Is it lispy, though? I ask people, and they give me different answers. Some were like, no, it's totally normal. Nothing changes. And then I'm like, all right, let me look up some people who have it. And they're just... I don't know, man. I don't know. It's such a silly thing to fix, though. I'd much rather just get my shoulder implants. Tony's live? All right. Here we go. Make a Theo Vaughn animation? Could be. I'm still working on one. I'm almost done writing it with our favorite Bryce Crawford. Missed my super chat? Oh man, Beef Sleazy. Unbelievable. Come on. Beef Sleazy. Back to the two, quote, fathers vid on X. My girlfriend said it wasn't a big deal, and she posed a hypothetical I didn't have an answer for. So I'll ask you guys, would you rather a kid be with his parents who beat him often, or two fathers? The first. Definitely take the beating. Need a new grill? Well, that's what's cool about doing jewelry is I could make Jay a grill. I'll be able to. I know how to make a grill, like the metal diamond ones. I know how to do that. So I mean, you guys are gonna get it. You know, once I get a new space for metalsmithing, you guys are gonna get you're gonna get a whole new Jim Bob. I'm just gonna be a wannabe. I'm just gonna turn into Ruslan. You guys are going to hate me. All right. Let's take a look-see. Let's see. Here we go. Here we go, Tony. 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 Here we go. I send you to friend in Alaska. Friend need help. Friend need your like and love. Friend named Tony. He stands alone on the digital side island of Jordlandia. He speaks his mind sometime to his own detriment. I thought he was live, but I don't see him. Someone lied to me. Who is live? Tucky? I don't know what a raid is. The Young Turks take transfers? Screw those guys. Crystal Strange it is. All right. Well, that was fun. I didn't know what I was going to talk about. I got a notification from... Yeah, I bet. Oh, because he set his stream. That's what you got a notification for, maybe, Orthothugs? All right. I need another coffee, and I need to just rest and hang out with my family before Heel Tony. Make sure you guys show up, okay? We need your support. We want a good audience tonight. It's going to be fun, okay? With that said, man, I should probably get a... Do I need a drink? Should I? I'm done with beer. I quit. I don't know. I'll think about it. All right. God bless you all. See you guys tonight and definitely tomorrow. I'll put up the stream for that tomorrow. So you can watch me debate another evolution nonsense machine. See you next time.
Jimmy crack corn and I don't really care no more. What he gotta say, it's irrelevant. Once upon a time, could have been a partner of mine. Now he's getting checks from the government. I don't care where your idol stands, protecting his hands from culture jams with the oven. Guess another soldier got caught, all ain't what you thought. Nothing here is done for the fun of it. I don't care what you say, I'm on some new shit. I don't care if you're digging what I'm doing. I don't care what you think about my music. I don't care, you're not the reason I do this. Always up, always going. I don't care if I die without you knowing. Tried to catch your eye for a stint until I realized what that meant. Jimmy crack corn and I don't really care no more. What he gotta say, it's irrelevant. Once upon a time, could have been a partner of mine. Now he's getting checks from the government. I don't care where your idol stands, protecting his hands from culture jams with the oven. That's another soldier got caught, all ain't what you thought. Nothing here is done for the fun of it. I don't care what you say, I'm on some new shit. I don't care if you're digging what I'm doing. I don't care what you think about my music. I don't care, you're not the reason I do this. Always going. I don't care if I die without you knowing. Tried to catch your eye for a stint until I realized what that meant.